And we're back.
We're back.
Yeah, I don't know. Dark Souls 2 is just definitely less engaging.
Yeah, I agree. And like even just starting it up, it just feels slower.
Well, that weird area you start with is less interesting than the Undead Asylum.
Yeah, and you have to talk to the old ladies in the robes, and they're just annoying. Like, look at this thing. Doesn't it look like you? And then you make yourself like, nah, it's a bunch of twigs. Like,
Yeah.
just let me make my character. Let me make my character in the beginning, and then put me into an undead asylum. Damn it. And then there's the life bar mechanic where like as you die more and more, your health max goes down, and
Yeah,
that's just infuriating to me.
it's that one idea from Dark Souls 1 that everybody hated that they had to patch out.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, remember when you could get cursed repeatedly?
Right.
Hey, doing Star.
Final Fantasy VII is all I can spare to watch on Twitch today. Put on, Star.
Wesker, you're pitiful.
Stop laughing.
But yeah, I have no idea when I'm ever going to do Dark Souls 3. I feel so turned off from Souls in general. Like, I was kind of picking away at Elden Ring, and it's like, it's not engaged. It's not holding my interest at all.
Okay.
And it's disappointing because, like, the open world idea is a great idea for a Souls game. It really gives it the... I've said it before, like, people say Dark Souls is great because if you get stuck, you can go in a different direction. Not true.
Yeah.
Absolutely not true.
That's not true. No.
In Elden Ring, it is.
Yes. Any advice? I really want to give Dark Souls another shot. Never got very far before I just kind of gave up.
Why is chat not popping up on stream?
I don't know.
This will be a thing on my side. You answer this question, Clim.
Star for me. I mean, it depends where you get. It depends on where you get before you give up. For me, and like with Dark Souls, the game is very nondescript on where you're supposed to go. So the very best thing you can do is just go up the stairs. Like you get out of the undead asylum, you get to the Firelink Shrine, you go up the stairs into the undead bird, and then you just spend your life there. You live there and you kill there until you level up, and then you jump attack the Taurus demon until he dies. And then you feel good about yourself. And then you keep going. Find out what stats it scales off of and just pump everything into those stats. So like if you like the broadsword or the longsword, they scale better on strength. So just pump everything into strength.
My advice really is stuff like scaling is very important. The game never explains how it works. Look at the wiki.
Yeah.
Like, just look at the wiki.
Have a tab open. Read. But really, it's about persistence. Find yourself a goal. Find yourself a goal and get to that goal. Because I think that's the glory of Dark Souls is that you have a stat system. And for me, it was about getting the stats to multiples of 5. So having my strength be like 20 or 25. That was a goal for me. And so I would just kill enough things to get the souls to get my stats up to that level. And so once I accomplished that, I'm like, cool, I feel good about it. Paying close attention to how many hits it takes to kill something. Going from 4 hits to kill something to 3 is very, very rewarding. So find yourself joy in those moments. Learning to parry is crucial for Dark Souls 1. It sucks in every other Dark Souls. Dark Souls 1, you can actually parry effectively. Learn to parry. Keeping your equip load low so that you can roll and move around. He says no.
Parrying is good, it's not essential. You will never require parrying in Dark Souls 1.
Silver Knights and Orlando. Parry
You can
required.
Backstabbing them's fine. They're the easiest enemies to parry, and it's where I learned to parry. That's just because of how predictable their attacks are. You'd never have to learn to parry.
No, but it's helpful. And it's fun. It gives you something fun to look forward to hear that sound right before you can stab them after the parry. It's satisfying to learn to parry.
There it is.
Good job, Mecha.
I don't know how I fixed it. Yeah, Dark Souls, people will tell you Dark Souls is difficult, and that's the entire point. The problem with Dark Souls is that it doesn't tell you how to play Dark Souls. It'll tell you what the buttons do, but it won't tell you any of the mechanics. And scaling is a big one. And so, one thing you find a lot of beginners end up doing, because they'll hear like, oh, the Drake Sword's really good, so they'll get the Drake Sword, and then they'll use the Drake Sword. The Drake Sword doesn't scale well, and so it very quickly becomes useless. And then you get people who are mid-game without a decent weapon option.
Yeah.
Because they'll have been doing stuff like selling or like throwing away any other weapon.
I beat the game my first time with the Drake Sword. I just leveled it up. But then new game, then it becomes outclassed.
Leveling up Drake Sword, because it requires a specific kind of Titanite, kind of a waste.
Mm-hmm. Sure, but I didn't know that at the time.
Yeah. So you just persevered through it, and the game was not... The game was trickier than it needed to be because of that. So you pushed through a harder concept because of it. And the Drake Sword is a great sword, so it's a heavier weapon. With a slower attack animation.
Sword.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
What am I thinking of?
It's
also got
Black
that...
Knight
no, the Black Knight Sword's standard. The Black Knight Great Sword is a great sword. But it's also got that alternate attack that drains its durability super quick. And again, durability, not something the game will tell you about. Won't teach you how to do it. Won't tell you how important it is to get that smith box so you can repair any bonfire.
Right.
So generally, I'd say look up a wiki.
Yeah.
If you're having trouble with something, ask somebody you know who might know. Like Clim or myself or Wham. Because we all know Wham's played Dark Souls a lot.
If you want to beat that game with 1 HP and your fists, talk to Wham. That's funny.
Another issue with Dark Souls 1 early on is the lack of direction. People will tell you it's open, and it's really not. You get to the Firelink Shrine, and there are several pathways. The pathway you need to go is the hardest to spot. You're probably going to go down to New Londo Ruins and be killed by the ghosts. You're probably going to go into the graveyard and be killed by the skeletons. You need to go up that side staircase that takes you to Undeadburg, which is frustrating. After that, Undeadburg is mostly learning about how to deal with enemies and encounters and such. That's a learning experience. Taurus Demon. You've rang the first bell, so you got past all of that.
Okay. Oh, damn. The gargoyles. Gargoyles are hard.
They're really hard when there's two of them.
Right. But, like, if you're just cruising through, it's hard to kill one before the second one comes.
Yeah, especially in your first time, we're not going to have done something like parried a Black Knight to death to get a sword.
Right. Oh, see, funny enough, I have a hard time parrying the Black Knight. So I just loop around his back and backstab him.
It is super easy to backstab, but either or takes ages at that level. But if they drop a sword, like that sword, I think back when I first streamed, my first stream was Dark Souls Remastered on Switch, and the weapon I used was the Black Knight sword that I got from one of those first Black Knights.
It's really good.
It'll take you through the entire game. But then I've had other playthroughs off stream where the halberd has taken me through the entire game.
I've never used a polearm. It's always been a standard sword or a great sword. Like the claymore. I love the claymore.
The advantage of the halberd is it has a wide range. It's a thrusting weapon. So especially when you get into Undead Parish, and then again in the depths, like the thinner corridors, everywhere it becomes very important. When you're climbing up Anor Londo as well, like anywhere where walls are close to you, it's really good for that. Just the standard attack is your poke.
Right.
And it's one of the reasons why I say, like, I'm a simple man, I hit things with sticks.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a simple man, I hit things with sticks. When I reinforce and upgrade the weapon, I don't do any of the fancy ones. It doesn't go crystal, it doesn't go raw, it doesn't go lightning. I reinforce that motherfucker up to 15.
Yes.
I'm a simple man, I hit things with sticks, and those things then die.
Yes.
But arguably, any weapon can get you that far.
Yeah. Yeah, any of that other stuff, like, enemies can resist that. I do the same thing in Parasite Eve when they start to give you different abilities for your guns. It's like, yeah, this might be good against this, but then you get somewhere and something resists it. It's like, I don't want that. Get that out of here.
Always the important thing to consider in an RPG like that, especially an RPG that isn't going to pause while you switch your equipment.
Right.
And there are enemies that will resist what is it, thrust? Piercing? I can't remember the specific type of damage it is.
Yeah.
So what you can do is carry, something like that. You can... Mecha got mad. You can carry a lighter secondary weapon. Switch between. Usually for me it ends up being the Silver Knight sword.
I love that sword. It's such a good sword.
I love that it also counts as a divine weapon, because then that's the catacombs solved.
Does it?
It's either the sword or the spear, one of the two.
Might be the spear.
Might be
I
the
had
spear.
the sword and I never... Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to look into that.
One of the two, and so you hit the skeletons in the catacombs and the necromancers can't revive them.
Yeah.
Because without that, then you're running through the catacombs to hit the necromancers.
Oh, goddamn. Yeah, it's the spear. Oh, I never knew that.
I found it out by accident. I think I was using the Silver Knight spear at that point instead of the halberd, and I hit the skeletons and they didn't get back up. And then I got into a discussion about it with somebody else, and they were like, oh, it must be a divine weapon then. Clim's camera's freezing.
The hell's happening?
Yeah, so hopefully that's better.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you don't sound like a robot anymore, so that's nice.
Yeah, your camera was freezing and glitching out.
Yeah. And it was weird because I could hear the game music fine, but your voice was coming in all funky. So I blame Discord on that. And I blame my opening a Dark Souls wiki. So I'm sorry.
Them apologize. Let's continue with the game, shall we?
Mecha will remember that.
True. Anyway, remember the game? Remember where we were on the game?
I remember the game. Gongaga.
Gongaga. Huh. No Turks.
The Turks are not here.
Hello. No.
The material was a monster.
It was a mantis monster. Oh, that's what I had Airy doing. Because the wiser staff is stealing MP. Because oh, why is like what are we doing with that? Answer: whatever we want, baby.
Damn right. Wow. That was a substantial amount of damage its friend did to it.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Now die!
Good job, everybody.
Hammer blow. Added cut. Is that the second added cut I've got?
I don't know.
Or am I confusing added cut with elemental again? It looks like I am. We pair this with steel, we'll have level 2 steel.
Yep.
But the only person who's really regularly attacking is Cloud. No, that's not true. Aerith is as well.
I wonder if it will count it as an MP drain hit. Or if it will count it as a standard hit. This is gonna be good if we can, if she just gets a normal hit.
I'll have to take that all off.
Yeah. The good of experimentation.
Yeah.
Okay. You really don't want to go up that path, huh?
I always get lost here.
The first one is the reactor, the second one is the village.
Or reactor like explosion.
Iron Maiden predicted. Going back to the village.
We should have put Ali in the party, shouldn't we?
Yes.
Oh well.
I mean, we still can.
No.
I guess we can't.
Built the reactor fast to save money and abandoned it when it blew. That's why Barrett formed Avalanche. Remake.
What did remake do?
Avalanche is a pre-existing terrorist organization that Barrett operates a cell of.
Right.
Not interested. I'm here to kill Sephiroth and nothing else. You thought wrong.
God damn.
Never should have believed in you. That's right.
It's really
Kill
funny.
that bug monster.
Make sure to steal from the monster.
Nope, didn't work.
Did you try to steal from it?
Oh, you have to do the steal, not attack?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Okay, so it counts as a standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you use the attached materia and then it will have a hit afterwards. I mean, it's still not a bad idea to throw steel on her and drain the MP anyway.
It counts as an MP steal.
Mm-hmm.
I love the implication of this is like she's trying to steal something from it, she can't, and then she hits it in anger.
Right.
Tough life in the Sector 5 slums. Get in the party, girl. Meow. Punch bug monsters, girl. Haha, you thought.
Oh, they're stopped.
Yep.
Bummer.
Eat poison.
Hey.
Stupid bitch.
Hey, alright.
All a spider web. Limit, bro. Oh Christ, that's going fast.
Ooh. I love that trick. It's such a shame it doesn't work on the PS5. Or 4, for that matter.
I feel like that's probably tied to the frame rate.
Yes, 100%.
Like, they've balked the frame rate in the HD port. Like they did in all the other HD ports.
Mm-hmm.
Have I mentioned Renzo Kuken is much harder to pull off in Final Fantasy VIII Remaster?
You did not mention it, but I believe
I have mentioned it numerous times.
I don't remember you mentioning it.
Human Soldier? Damn right. Clim, do you know anything about their son?
I know that he's a bitch.
You wanna tell the parents that?
Yeah, parents, your son is a bitch.
That's how we got kicked out. Left Gongaga saying he didn't want to live in the country. Last we heard, he joined Soldier and made it first class. They was looking after some little blonde punk who wasn't good enough for Soldier.
Never heard of him.
I don't remember. Ali, do you remember? Harry, do you remember? Do you know him? Rhodes was 6 or 7 years ago saying he had a girlfriend who'd been raw dogging her. Was it you? That's not a no.
Almost an obvious yes.
Really, Shimmer would have notified us if something happened. Bold of you to assume that. You know him? You're hiding something. Well, you're not going back in the party. Sounds just like you, leaving town saying I'm joining Soldier, except this one actually did it.
Hmm. Yep, I'm pretty great.
It sounds like she's mocking us.
Does it?
Because as far as she knows, like we said, we made it to Soldier and then we went to Nibelheim, and she knows that's not true.
Right.
So it's like, cool, why did you lie about going to Nibelheim? Did you not really make it into Soldier? I worked hard for it. I worked hard for the money. It's hard work, and who you know. I don't think you're supposed to be the one inside me. I didn't know Zach was from this town. You know him? He was my first boyfriend. He was bigger than you. He carried the exact same sword you have. Zach, Soldier, first class, same as Chrono. Carrying the same sword as Chrono. With the same attitude as Chrono.
Yeah, he had more of a bitch attitude.
He's been missing for many, many years. Went out on a job and never came back. Cool, where was the job? 5 years ago, where was the job? Nibelheim. He loved women. Like, who doesn't love women? Have you seen women?
Yeah. It's true.
So do I go with the Chrono response or the Clim response?
Why would you think that's the Clim response?
I feel like everything you've said over the past 2 minutes explains why.
I'm not jealous or envious of Zach. I hate Zach. I want to be nothing like Zach.
Just Clim, you turn Clim's camera around and there's just a big poster of Zach on the wall.
I could show you my thing of Cloud over there.
He is so desperate to be like, no, fuck Zach. I'll show you my entire room because fuck Zach. Poor guy.
Cloud is my guy. I don't know what to tell you. You know who would have a poster like that in his room? Zach, yeah, idolizing Cloud. I agree. I agree with that, Teak. We should all look up to Cloud.
How you doing, Teak?
Hello, Teak. Ooh. It's Defy.
Oh, sweet.
Ooh.
Buy that.
We already had one. You want a second one?
When did we get time materia?
I don't know, but you also equipped it.
When did I equip time materia?
Maybe Yuffie or Kate Sith has it?
That bitch.
There it is.
Taking that for me. Gonna replace added cut with time.
Okay.
That magic counter isn't all that worth it.
No. No, we would have to level it to make it worth it, I think.
Yeah. And with how few slots we've got, like, it doesn't feel worth the time. Let's throw Ramo in there. Everybody's got a summon. You get a summon.
Did you go up the pole?
Oh, soldier.
Hey. Right.
There are 12 of them. The hard edge, which we've already got.
Correct.
The diamond pin's probably worth it, though.
We have one. You just bought a second one. You gotta check that little menu on the side.
Look, I checked it once and then I didn't check it again. Okay?
You gotta be like Santa Claus. You gotta check it twice.
Fuck Gongaga. Telling me things I already have.
Are you gonna go to the broken reactor?
I am. I'm just switching out my team first.
Fair enough.
We don't need Ali.
Yeah. Get the hell out of here.
I have 4 tents. Use one. And save. I don't like that there's a save point here.
I don't like that either.
The Triceratops tank isn't a boss now. I assume the Triceratops tank isn't a boss because it's right here.
There's just a bigger version of him in the reactor.
Hey, Fred. You could say, like, I hope the Triceratops tank comes back in Rebirth, but there's no good reason why it wouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
Like, especially after Remake had some of the original dumber enemies, like fucking Hell House.
Yeah. Yeah, as much as I can appreciate it, it is pretty stupid. Got a robot house as its ultimate boss in his arena.
Oh, Ramo has eyes.
Does he not usually?
I feel like his eyes are usually white in the original game.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh god.
Bitch.
Triceratops tank sounds like it should be in the first Turok game. Yeah.
Clim's never played Turok.
I've played Turok. How dare you? I just used cheats to play it.
You should pick up the remaster.
Should
Motherfucker. Yeah, it's actually really good.
Got it. Damn right you miss.
Yeah, I got the remasters of 1 and 2. I haven't bought the remaster of 3 yet. But I'm at a point now that is generally pretty rare for me. Of like, oh, is Night Dive releasing a game? I'm going to probably pick that game up just based on the quality of their previous releases.
Gotcha.
Because it's like, what do they do? Almost all of the stuff they've put out has been incredibly high quality remasters of classic shooters.
N64 version was laggy? Level up. Oh, good. Yeah. These things are pretty tanky. Look at Eris run.
Yeah, they got the remaster of Star Wars Dark Forces coming out next month. It looks pretty good, and is gonna come with a level editor, which is cool. The remaster of Quake came with a whole new episode. The remaster of Rise of the Triad came with everything, like the shareware exclusive episode, the 4 episodes the original game had, Extreme Rise of the Triad, which is 4 extra episodes, and then another campaign of 4 extra episodes, which was completely new. Like, they put so much content into these remasters, and they're such high-quality remasters.
Yeah.
The remaster they did of Power Slave was really good.
The hit Iron Maiden song?
No.
Oh. The album?
No.
Okay, then I'm out of ideas.
It's a first-person shooter Metroidvania game that predates Symphony of the Night.
Oh, wow.
God damn. Like, it's actually really cool. And it's a really solid remaster. And they're supposed to be releasing a remaster of Sin at some point, which I'll be down for. And I keep hoping they'll turn around and announce a remaster of Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
Okay, yeah.
Which they might.
Sure.
Wind reactor. Weirdly small.
It is.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Well, there's Scarlet.
And Reeve.
Shimmy
Or
her
Sung.
way into our heart. Looks like Sung. Zhang.
We'll find him in that junk kill reactor. We already took Titan. I guess this replaces the Turks encounter.
Yeah.
Oh boy. But also, like, blatantly saying, yeah, no, we got somebody who's giving you information on them.
Yeah.
Send in the machine. Something just popped in at the bottom there. Weapon attack?
Oh, okay.
Clim though doesn't have enough. Oh, you dirty bitch. That is such a dirty tactic.
Mm-mm.
Also, though, like, weapon attack?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't love the choice.
I don't hate it.
No. I think it takes away from it being the weapon music. I like the track. I just don't love it being used here.
Well, this is so far before weapon first appears.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
So that zombie thing didn't become as much of a problem as you thought, huh?
Oh, because I'm spamming the limit breaks. Summons.
I thought it was going to be like Final Fantasy V, where they just stay on the field because they're zombies.
Or 6.
Kill them.
Yeah. But 7 doesn't have a proper zombie status.
Correct. So it begs the question, what the hell was the point of that?
To show how good I am. Just that good.
I meant the point of making them into zombies.
So is this a modified motor ball?
It is. Cursed Elegy. Okay.
Oh, dear.
Corpse. Yes. Interesting.
Did that cast Doom on everybody?
I think it was trying to, and only hit 2.
Might as well have, though.
Yeah. Quick, steal from him. It's your only chance.
Can you imagine if Scarlet developed an undead tank monster in the main game, though? It'd be like, wow, we can't make fun of her anymore for this. Because this is genuinely concerning. Oh yeah, I cast haste on somebody with Doom.
Well, I mean, honestly, it probably works out better for you. Because now you can, the timing is nicer. Oh, good. Petrify is a thing happening now.
You can't preempt Countdown Petrify, can you?
Yeah, you can use Assault on him. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, you can use Assault on him. I almost thought the timer wasn't going away. I was going to be very, very mad.
I think
It's astonishing.
I think using the weapon attack music here is working out, though, because this is a different class of enemy to anything we've faced so far.
I agree with this.
It's going to be in hindsight that it'll be like...
Right. That's what I'm frustrated by. I think as like a new game, something you're not thinking about, if you're just playing this, yes, absolutely, it's great. But because you have to have played the original by now, like why would you play a modded version before you play the original version? Everybody knows this is the weapon music. So it's just frustrating. Are they being drained of HP? Like, is this slip? Because I hate slip.
No, that doesn't exist in 7.
Right, but their health is going down and they're not poisoned.
They're dark. They've got darkness on them.
Darkness drains life now?
No, but it could cover up poison. Potentially.
Could it?
Potentially.
Maybe. No, because Barrett's health isn't going down.
Duel, whatever that is.
Poison.
What is Duel? That's new. Duel's new.
Oh my. Cloud died. Hey, win's a win. Prism staff.
There's Titan. Looks like they ran away, the bitches.
Yeah.
Really should watch our step. That was...
Yep.
Also, like, draining MP worked on it, but it was giving... We were draining so little, actually, from it.
Nice.
Absolutely just getting out of there right now.
You turned around to save.
Yep. Fuck off.
At least you can get some magic with Eris and then heal with her outside of battle. I wouldn't even bother with the save.
Safety.
I mean, yeah, no, I feel this.
Then we'll just head back to Gongaga and... And I could do with buying some more Phoenix Downs anyway.
Yeah. 2 of them. I feel like I would still run. These things have a lot of HP.
They're also bitches. You know what happens to bitches?
They get the freeze.
Bitches leave.
Right. Also that.
In Ali in a stream last night saying she likes Detroit Become Human because it's set in Detroit. And so I'm like, okay, when's RoboCop Rogue City then? I had to explain it to her though.
Sure.
She says she's seen RoboCop, but I doubt it now.
Do you?
Yes. I like she's lying to us about every movie that it came out in the 80s.
Do you think she just kind of neglects to think about where it's set, though?
No, it being set in Detroit is very important.
Hey, a treasure box.
It's all trash.
Ooh, another treasure. Ooh, 80
yeah,
gills, pretty good.
Fine. You'd better do what he says, Mr. Kinney. I told her to, like, if she's going to watch it, watch the extended cut. And I'll be honest with you, the entire reason for me saying that is because the sequence of that guy getting shot by Ed 209 goes on for like an extra 15 seconds.
Oh, good.
It's like, you know how long Ed 209's shooting that guy in the standard version? And it's exactly the same, it just goes on for like 15 seconds longer, and it's hilarious. Because it starts off and it's like, it's horrifying. The guy's being torn apart by all these bullets, like high caliber bullets from this robot gone rogue, and then it just goes on too long and it becomes like comical. And I love that. It's so ridiculous. Looks like you're stoned. I don't remember, like, what else is in the extended cut. Just needed to run down some stairs. It's the very important question I bring up for RoboCop and RoboCop 2 of, like, why do they keep giving these things live ammo in tests? Is like, have you seen RoboCop 2?
I have not.
You should watch RoboCop 2.
Okay.
It's weird and darker than the first one.
Sure.
But, like, they're like, oh yeah, we introduced RoboCop 2, and, like, the new RoboCop machine walks out that's way less humanoid than RoboCop. Like, just walks out, screams, pulls out his gun and starts shooting the scientists. And it's like, why did it have a loaded gun?
Mm-hmm.
This was a test.
It was supposed to be an exhibition.
I really need Aerith to kill more enemies. I need Cloud to kill more enemies as well. It's like, it's really not helpful.
Yeah.
And Cloud having such low strength isn't helping that.
Yeah, I'm pretty annoyed by that, actually. It's one thing to rebalance the stats, but to make him so much weaker than everybody else is just kind of annoying.
Well, he's weaker physically, but his magic stat is higher.
That's true.
Just gonna drive past this desert. I imagine everything in this desert's weak to fire.
Yeah, I think so.
I want to know
I tell you, that doesn't make sense.
Something with leather seats that gets really shitty gas mileage. Can you fly, Bobby?
Diamond.
RoboCop is so good. Bitches leave. You know what Paul Verhoeven movie I haven't seen in too long? Starship Troopers.
Ooh, you know, I was just thinking about Starship Troopers when you said about the live ammo during tests, and they have that live ammo exercise. It's like, fucking what? Underrated. Yeah, Starship Troopers was really good.
It's a flying bird.
You're a flying bird.
How dare you? My mother was a flying bird.
Have to get as close to the real thing sometimes. Yeah, I mean, just seemed like
Seems like there were smarter ways to do it.
yeah.
Well, that's entirely the point of Starship Troopers as well. Like, it's satire that is so blatant that it goes over so many people's heads, which is ridiculous.
Put your hand on that wall. That guy was awesome. Your enemy cannot. What did he say? What does he say about the button? Something about the enemy if you can't push the button. I don't know. It was really funny though. I like that scene. That was a good scene. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Star. You fucking ace.
His name is Brad 13.
That's right. Medic. Yes. Fuck.
This was once a battleground between two ancient tribes. Now it is home to those who seek to study the planet and to share that knowledge with others. We have too many guests.
Okay.
Then we'll make an exception. Cool, but if you got too many guests, where are we sleeping?
Right.
Who is the Naki? The Naki is the Naki. Who is the Naki? The wolf thing. I can slap you if you answer me with riddles. Name is Bread 13. Cowardly father left her. Yes, my father was a Rastral. And so the mission I inherited from my ancestors was to protect this place. I'm afraid the journey ends here.
Gradually more Dalek.
More Dalek. I was going for what is it? Letterkenny?
Oh, okay. I've never watched.
I've seen clips, and the way the guy's talking it is fucking hilarious to me. Let's stay here for a bit. No. We're gonna walk to Nibelheim.
Yeah, F that noise.
Ford the river. Come visit. I didn't even press the button, he just walked back to look at that. Yeah. Visit the Shildra Inn, try our famous cocktails. And our famous tailcocks.
Ah. So, is it Shildra in the original? Because I thought it was, in fact, Sildra, and it was a callback to Final Fantasy V.
It could be. I don't remember, because I never look at that sign.
Gotcha.
I'd like to buy your finest weapons. Mostly just sell replicas. Cool, can I cut somebody with them? Well, I keep real ones around just in case. Okay, so why tell me you mostly had replicas?
Alright.
You lady are stupid. We got a prison staff from Lich GT.
Yeah.
Silver armlet.
Oh,
I have 2 of them.
Apparently. Oh yeah, one dropped on Dying.
I thought we equipped that one. I don't remember. And the butterfly edge, which I might as well equip because the there's silver armlet. Which, because like Force Steel, cool, drains HP. It's not draining a lot.
Yeah, it's not.
So you said haste works with all in this, didn't you?
Yes.
So either we're going to have a good benefit here, or you're wrong.
Well...
And either one is a win for me.
Sure. I mean, it definitely works in the original.
I always have fucking trouble getting in this door.
Really?
There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
There's a specific point of it where the game won't, like, you'll hit a point, and the game won't let you actually move here. It's like, you try to move down, and it won't move down, and it's happened often enough that I remember it.
Interesting. That's never happened to me.
I was like, pooping here. I have to think of a funny name to call Vincent. So far, I think all the names have been good.
Right.
Like, you're gonna forget that we called Yuffie Geostigma, and then she'll be in a group scene and it'll come up again, you'll be like,
Yeah.
This is my grandfather, Bugenhagen. I'm sorry, Bugen?
Bugen.
Bugen. But there it says Bugenhagen.
Well, they call him short, like it's his nickname, Bugen.
Bugenhagen.
Yeah. Old
Bugenhagen Das.
Yeah, him.
Have my thanks. Anarchy's too young to wander alone. Not a child, Grandpa. I'm 48. Ho ho ho. Anarchy's race has incredible longevity. He may be 48 in our years, but by his tribe's reckoning, he is only, say, 15 or 16 at best. 15 or 16?
What a twerp.
Does that make him technically the youngest person in our party, then?
Yes.
Biologically, the oldest, but, like, maturity-wise, the youngest.
Right.
He's quiet and very deep.
Even Sid is like 30-something.
RPGs, Japanese games, so rarely have old people. It's like, you think about... Who was it? Was playing Crag. I popped in on Crag playing RE1 a few days ago, and it was the scene where Barry's all like... Where Barry drops the rope.
Yes.
And Jill's all like, Barry, you getting tired? And the whole situation comes off as like she's patronising him because he's old. Yeah. But if you check the stats that pop up in the FMV in the opening, he's 38.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grandfather enough. I'm already an adult. Finish my journey. I return to protect you and the people of this canyon. This is just the Cosmo Canyon accent.
Yeah.
Like in South Park, where all Canadians sound the same. I feel like Dragon Quest are like the more recent, and by more recent I mean the localizations that have happened within the past 20 years. Localizations of Dragon Quest have been like the only RPGs that have really done accents.
Yeah.
When you, like, bearing in mind, because like you're generally traveling the world, but then everybody speaks in the same generic American accent. But then Dragon Quest is all like, no, everybody has a wide variety of accents, and none of them are American. But, oh, this is new. But did you reach Midgar and Anarchy? To see the sparkling city set above the wastelands below. The land there has withered away, just as it has wherever Shimra reactors are to be found.
Get off the table, sir.
Yeah, like why did you have to jump on the table? Also, why did you jump? You can fly.
Right, he's on a he's on a crystal ball.
Fortune teller Baba motherfucker.
Right. It's like Roshi killed his sister and took her crystal ball. Okay.
It's crazy how much Dragon Ball stuff is just dropped in Z.
Yeah.
And then it's so weird whenever they bring any of it back for a moment. You remember like a dog was the president of the world?
I do.
And then that never came back after Demon King Piccolo.
Right.
Yeah, it's a soldier.
Ooh. Finally, a reason to go up there.
What is that? That's the THX logo. I heard. I suffer. Orrery.
Orrery? Orrery. I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like that word. That's a dumb word.
Gongaga.
Dugan.
The more people have come, I think they're Nanaki's friends. The whole place has gotten busy all of a sudden. I'll retire for the night. It's been a long road.
You're 15. What are you tired from?
I'm going to go and sleep in my people bed. Or people, because I'm a person. Only has room for a few people, so don't overcrowd it. And then there's like, it's fine, we'll wait for him to die, and then we'll overcrowd it. I say that, but we don't even wait for him to die.
True.
Oh, it's a separate ladder.
Uh-huh.
That's dumb. You'll get a special prize for collecting all of them. Will it be worth it? Probably not.
Nah, probably not.
You won a free trip to the Turtles Paradise Inn.
No!
When it... Oh, fuck you. Nope.
You can talk to whoever you want, though.
Yeah, like, but I don't want to talk to either of them.
I understand.
Nope.
That's funny.
To be fair, these are the two that make the most sense anyway. It's like, yeah, let's go learn about the planet and shit. Cool. Who are you taking with us? Oh, cool. Trip to the Orrery for 3. Now, who should I take? Limzo. Oh, look, it's happened again. And, like, I'm trying to move down, it just doesn't.
That's astonishing.
Yeah. Cool. Free trip to the Orrery for 3. Now, who should I take? Limzo and T-Pain. Hello, I'm here for the Orrery. First, what is an Orrery?
Good question.
Let's look it up.
I mean, I hope it's... What? Yeah. I hope it's just another word for an observatory. But still. It's drugs. That man has drugs. That's for sure.
Orrery is a French restaurant.
Oh, good. He's going to serve us escargot up here?
Visit Orrery, a French restaurant in the heart of London's Marylebone.
Alright.
An orrery is a mechanical model of the solar system that illustrates or predicts relative positions and motions of the planets and moons. So it's probably more accurate to call it an orrery than an observatory.
Sure, yeah. Wow.
We're back with learning with Chrono and Clim. Today we'll learn about sounding. If you don't know what sounding is, open your Google pages now. Yes, it's pretty good. It's my observatory. I thought it was an orrery.
Yeah, right.
It's a shooting star.
It's Barrett. Fuck.
Hey, how you doing, Magic?
Go ahead.
That reminds me, Tomb Raider 1 to 3 Remastered comes out February 14th.
Oh,
Are you sad and alone this Valentine's Day? Spend it with the most important woman of all, Lara Croft. Where does that black hole lead? To the void.
X-Death?
They're doing magic. Let's get to the subject. To save the planet, you must first understand what the planet is. The planet is a big hunk of rock. There's water on it. What happens to them after they've passed away? Well, the body decomposes. Cats eat them.
Specifically.
Don't trust Traitorum. Birds the bees, beasts the trees. Everything fucks. This is the circle of life.
It's a circle of life.
I'm doing alright. How you doing, Clim?
I'm doing alright.
Clim says he's doing alright.
Living the dream.
Clim also hasn't seen RoboCop 2, though, so...
That's true.
Have you seen RoboCop 3?
No.
No, RoboCop 3 is not very good. The life stream. Spirit energy is a term you should never forget. That is never brought up again.
Correct.
New life is able to enter the world with a consciousness or soul. So if we run out of spirit energy in the world, will we just have, like, empty shells? Will there be children born without souls? Will we have Satan babies?
Right.
There are exceptions, like the Obamas.
Fucking Obama.
What's that planet called? It hasn't got a name.
Nope.
A planet. I think it's actually called Gaia, but I could be thinking of something else.
No, that
more
is
often than not, it's just called the planet.
Yeah. It's never mentioned, but it is the accepted name of the planet that it's Gaia.
Then FF9 is Terra.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's the other planet in 9 called? No, there's Gaia and Terra in 9, isn't there?
It's Gaia and Terra, yeah.
Please.
Terra is the other planet. The planet you're on is Gaia. The other planet is Terra.
But it doesn't play Terra's theme when you go there.
No, unfortunately.
Which you could get away with doing because it plays FF1 themes.
Sure. Right. Mount Gulag.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's such a good track.
We'll probably hear it on this channel later this year.
Mm-hmm.
In its original form.
Right.
Yeah, from FF1. We're doing FF1 this year.
That's exciting.
It is. I like FF1. It's a fun game.
Yeah. Now, when you say that, do you mean not the NES version? Because...
No, we're doing PlayStation FF1.
No, that's what I mean. When you say Final Fantasy 1 is a good game, you can't possibly be talking about the NES version, right?
The NES version was good for its time.
Sure, absolutely.
The big issue with it more than anything is, like, it's buggy as fuck.
Yes.
A bunch of it doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
But conceptually, it's good. There's no reason other than nostalgia to play the NES version, though.
Right.
Any other version is preferable. Final Fantasy Origins on PlayStation, the collection. Final Fantasy 1 and 2 Dawn of Souls on Game Boy Advance, Final Fantasy 1 on PSP, the Pixel Remaster, any version's preferable. I like the new sprite work that they did, because the remake started with the WonderSwan color. And then that was ported to the PlayStation, and then the GBA port is based on it, and then the PSP port is based on it as well. The PSP port is based on the GBA port. But they're where the new sprite designs came from. And it's one thing I wasn't super into with the Pixel Remaster. They go back to the NES sprite designs. And they've got more colours and they're bigger, but it's the classic NES sprite designs for it rather than the stuff like the PSP designs, which I really liked.
Yeah.
Well, it's part of my theory as to why Final Fantasy III didn't get any kind of release on GBA or anything like that until the DS remake. Because the Final Fantasy 1 and 2 remakes came out for the WonderSwan color. They were made for the WonderSwan color. And so when they were ported to GBA and such, or PlayStation, it's like, cool, here's SNES level quality versions of 1 and 2. But they didn't do 1 for 3 on WonderSwan color, and they weren't going to make it for the PlayStation collection or the GBA collection. And my interpretation is that they only did it for the Pixel Remaster because they were doing it for all 6 anyway. All 6 of the classics. You're talking about Mako, right? No, I'm talking about Mako.
Yeah.
This is probably a better and more concise explanation of Mako Energy and the live stream than the original game has.
Do you think so? Because I feel like it was pretty similar.
It's fine in the original, but I think this one probably works a little better.
Okay.
Story of the planets and those who live with them. You want to know more, then you must listen to the words of the elders. Do I have to? No.
Good, then I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Don't want to hear any more of your stupid Cosmo Canyon accent. Hit the save point down. No.
I thought you were going back for the Turtle Paradise flyer.
We've missed like 3 of those now. Like, what number is this? 4. We've missed 4. We've missed 2.
We only missed 2. 1 in the Shinra building and 1 in Ghost Square.
Oh, we ain't going back to the Shinra building anytime soon.
No. And then there's the 5th one in the inn over there. 4 and 5 are in the inn, and then 6 is in Wutai itself.
Who do I want to talk to? No. Harry. Elders taught me many things. When?
So, quick aside, a friend of mine sent me a video, it was done 2 years ago, of somebody explaining the story of Final Fantasy VII. I'm like, alright, I know the story of Final Fantasy VII, this is fine. But when he started talking about the Cetra, he added an N in there, and he called them the Centra, and it was infuriating.
Somebody just reads something wrong and then never corrects themselves.
Yeah.
I've done that with stuff like Uncle Vernon in Harry Potter. When I was reading Harry Potter as a kid, I called him Uncle Vern. I missed the N. Or in Dragon Quest IX, the race of angels called the Celestians, and for some reason when I first read it, I read it as Celestarians.
Okay.
And I just didn't correct it.
it's one thing. I mean, you know me. I'm a big Mako versus Mako, Eris versus Aerith, but like that's a genuine choice. Like you can't really screw up Cetra because it's spelled Cetra. There is no N. Where'd you get the N? Where'd the N come from? Very frustrating.
I called the Gorons Gordons.
Yeah, I mean that's funny.
For ages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it just happens, you'll read something wrong once, and then you'll never read it right again.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Cliff?
Sure is. No, that sounded right.
But like, I'm here for you, Eric.
Right.
Is it Cetra or Ketra though? It's Cetra. Like, don't walk in here with that bullshit.
Oh man, I went out with somebody on Friday, and I was talking
and they
about
said Ketra,
having...
and you immediately left.
No, they said GIF as opposed to GIF.
Oh yeah, you were saying
like,
this.
I can't
like
be friends with you.
The waitress. Yeah, I remember you was talking, talking about it.
I'm like, I'm sorry, we can't be friends anymore.
You were saying it in Ali's stream last night, and I responded to you. It was like, fucking, you don't have to marry this woman, Clim.
Right.
It's like, if she says something completely wrong, it's fine. You don't have to listen to it for the rest of your life. Fuck her and move on.
True. Oh, man.
Definitely Celtic influence in their origin.
That's fair. That's fair.
No, it's not. This is Cetra.
It just doesn't sound as like, I don't know, ethereal as Cetra does.
That's just rude. Bitch.
Well,
what about you, Brett 13, old buddy, old pal? Okay. Bonfires are funny, aren't they? I'm just gonna scoot away from you now. You know, there was a point where I wanted to get a sound clip, and it would have been like the only sound clip I'd get from Family Guy. But it's that one clip where fucking... I can't even remember what Quagmire says. Like, Peter sits down at the bar, and Quagmire says something that's really fucking weird. And Peter's response is, who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. And it's like, you know what? That would have been perfect right here.
Right, that would have been good.
I need to find, like, what the thing was for it.
Yeah.
What was the quote? Because
right.
Quagmire says some weird shit.
Sure. Yeah. Who else but Quagmire?
It's Quagmire. Quagmire. You never really know what he's gonna do next. It's Quagmire. Quagmire. Let's have sex.
It's so stupid. Oh, man.
From the episode that aired in 2012.
Oh, wow.
Ah, there you go. In the episode, Peter tries to run an unlicensed pharmacy, which is quickly shut down by the local government. Peter then visits the drunken clam to cool off from his frustration. Quagmire starts the conversation with, "Hey, you ever accidentally masturbate to young pictures of your mom?"
Oh, fuck.
To which Peter replies, "Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down."
Yeah, it's pretty absurd.
Hey, you ever accidentally masturbate to young pictures of your mom?
Starts a conversation like that. I just sat down.
Jeez, what's your problem, Peter?
Sorry, Quagmire. I'm still just upset.
And it's like, you know what? That's a genuinely good joke. It's genuinely funny.
Clearly, it's something that's been on his mind for a while. Yeah.
We're pretty close to Nibelheim, so I've been thinking about it a lot. About 5 years ago, I mean, when you didn't come back to Nibelheim. Like, I just want, like, a rewrite or a mod or a parody of something where Tifa's not concealing it. She's just outright stating that Cloud was not in Nibelheim 5 years ago, and nobody's paying attention to her.
Right.
Like, I want it to be so blatant, and nobody's listening.
Yeah, whatever, Tifa.
5 years ago, you... It's nothing. No, forget it. I need a bit of time.
Why are you talking like a canyoner?
That's not what a canyoner sounds like.
Wasn't it?
It sounds similar because Nibelheim is close to Cosmo Canyon, but it's not what Cosmo Canyon sounds like. It's just develop accents for the Final Fantasy VII world.
Yeah.
Typical Tifa. Ignore Cloud as a kid, ignored him as a soldier. That's actually a pretty good response. You really are you, right? Of course I'm me. Who else would I be? Zach?
Sure. Yeah, fuck that guy.
This is where Avalanche was born.
I wonder how this dialogue is going to change since the plate was never dropped.
I was gonna bring your Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse here. I'm gonna lay some Wallace wisdom on you. I wonder what the others are doing right now. Maybe they're still fighting the Shimmer. Maybe they moved on. For me, I don't know if I can move on. I don't lost. I fucking now Barrett's talking in the fucking Cosmo Canyon accent. See, this is also an interesting change in terms of guilt. Because it's like, oh yeah, no, we killed people in the reactor explosion. And then Shimra killed more people by dropping the plate. But they didn't drop the plate here, so there was no real retaliation. There was no real over-the-top retaliation. We're effectively the bad guys in the public eye. With absolutely zero slandering required from Shimra.
Right.
But I do know one thing. Justice or revenge, or for Soul Calibur 7. Gotta stay focused on it.
And souls.
Tekken 8 came out yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna buy it.
No?
No. I tried to get into Tekken 7 and it just isn't happening.
Okay.
I'd kill Clim for Tekken Tag Tournament 2 PC port though.
That's the second time you said that this weekend.
Yeah. That's how much I want it.
Right. I get it.
Like, Tekken Tag 2 is really good though.
Yeah.
And to play it, I've got to bust out my Xbox. It's like I can download Tekken 7 on PC, or I can hook up my Xbox to play Tekken Tag 2.
Right.
And it's like, one's easier, one's better.
Right.
And I was still very small. We're all around this flame. Oh, never mind. It's about my parents. When I talk about my mother, I'm full of pride and joy. I was kind of wondering, like, if the orrery would end up being the cave. And there'd be a different reason for us to go down there, but it looks like it's just going to be the same.
Yeah.
Left mother for dead after implanting his seed in her.
Oh, God.
That's something you should see. It will be dangerous, however, so bring the man with the gun arm.
2 of your friends, specifically. And one of them is set.
Well, one of them's me.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, bring 2 of your friends, but it's not really 2 of your friends. It's Cloud and one other person.
Who should I take? She's still got the Wiser staff on, and a white mage is a good idea in this area anyway.
Yeah.
And since we've got no good guarantee... What?
Yeah. Don't forget you have the Prism staff that you got.
Stores HP and barrier. Guaranteed. Like, look at the attack percentage, guaranteed.
Yep.
But restoring MP is so much more useful, though.
Sure.
Bitch. And then Brett 13 stole all the materia. Yeah, Elemental's a good idea for this right now, actually.
Hmm.
They're undead, they should be weak to fire.
One would think. Starlit candle?
Wasn't one of the Barbie variations in FF6 called Starlet?
Maybe. I don't remember. Don't forget the Turtle Paradise flyer over there. Outside the door. You're ignoring it. Wonderful. You know what it actually looks like, though? It looks like the map that you get in Icicle.
It does. I know exactly what you mean.
In fact, I'm pretty certain that's what that is. Imagine that. And if you don't get it here, you don't get a map for that place?
Jeez.
I'm very interested to see if they put a save point in the cave.
I can't imagine why they wouldn't.
Right. Hey, you made it. Right, because there's not one in the original. Like, you have to save out here, and that's it.
That's a fair point, actually.
Hey. Ho,
yep.
ho, ho.
I got my girl and my dog. Let's go. What the fuck?
Oh, sup? It's the Fort Condor guy. That's really funny.
That's interesting. It's like, hey, I know you're busy, but Fort Condor needs your help. And the game automatically walks you in here. I was going to go up to that guy and say no.
Right. Now we just don't have to talk to him at all.
I've always liked the touch how the Cosmo Canyon theme becomes quieter as you go down here.
Totally agree.
Where's the light coming from down here?
Bioluminescence.
That's a big knife.
The butterfly knife?
Yeah, it's literally just a big knife.
Is it called butterfly knife in this,
It's
or is
butterfly
it edge?
edge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The butterfly knife's a different real thing.
Yes.
Oh, that knife.
I see what you're saying. It's just a big ass knife. I got you.
Yeah. Oh, that knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife.
That's a spoon.
Ah! I see you played Knifey Spoony before. Rose Whip.
Rose Whip
Rose Whip.
from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yes.
Nothing to steal. That's some bullshit.
Ah, she's poisoned. These automatic arrangements are just worthless.
I like type. I arrange by type.
Well, you've been poisoned twice. You ain't getting a second antidote. I know how this goes. Like, you'll do a second antidote and then she'll get poisoned again.
Yeah.
FF7 does have some, like, genuinely good backgrounds, though. I love some of the pre-rendered backgrounds it has.
Mm-hmm.
If I thought of it, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to get, like, a slideshow of some of the backgrounds I really like and have that as the picture in the middle. Like, just cycling through some of the really nice backgrounds.
Yeah.
But nope, now it's just a picture of Aerith.
Sure.
It's a rock. The fuck's a lunar curtain?
It casts protect, I think, or shell.
M barrier. What the fuck's shell?
Yeah, my bad. Huh. These are always fights, not items. I avoid every single one of these cracks. Yeesh.
Eat penis. Ah, they're all stopped too. Perfect.
Yep.
Now die.
Yeah, burn them.
Hellfire. Hellfire. I started playing Burnout Revenge again.
Oh yeah? How's that going?
Fucking excellent. Love it. Ah. It's such a good game. And it's really disappointing that EA hasn't remastered it or re-released it.
Okay.
The only actual exception to that, you can buy the Xbox 360 version on Xbox One and Xbox Series.
Okay.
Because it was one of those games that was released late enough in the PS2 Xbox life that the 360 would come out. And it's basically the same game on 360. There were a few games like that came out early in the 360's lifespan that were the same game. Tomb Raider Legend. Tomb Raider Legend is the same game on Xbox as it is on everything else. Oh, there we go.
Ah.
Now my decision to bring the white mage is justified. Eat cured, dickwads.
You're dead.
Fuckers.
Sucks. How do you feel about that? Good?
I'm not happy.
Yeah, it's some bullshit. Wow. Can't escape either because it's a forced battle. Amazing. Wow.
They're stupid fast.
Yeah.
Hellfire!
Don't get caught up in the
Hellfire! But yeah, like, I've been playing my Odin 2, and like, oh fuck. This is not good.
Nope, it sure isn't. No. That sucks.
Bastards. Yeah, I've been playing the Odin, my Odin 2 Pro, and like, I was going through the list today. I've got 124 PS2 games on it.
Wow.
Yeah. I've not tested them all, but like, I've not had any real troubles with them. I had a little trouble with PsyOps, but I switched the rendering engine from OPL to Vulkan, and it's working fine now. That's nice. And the Odin 2 Pro's got the power to run it in Vulkan. Vulkan usually runs slower.
Okay.
But that's been pretty nice. Played a little Maximo on there.
Maximo.
You ever play a Maximo?
No.
You ever heard of Maximo?
I don't think so.
It's a Capcom game. It might have been launch PS2, but it's early at the very least. It's basically 3D Ghosts and Goblins.
Okay.
And it's weird that they didn't call it Ghosts and Goblins because it's literally the same concept in 3D.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
So you're gonna try to fight those ghosts again?
Yes. They will die.
Excellent.
Again.
Right.
Steal this, bitch.
Got him. Oh. Love suicide.
Ah, Ace does work with all. Who'd have thunk?
Huh. I did. I thunk it.
Who among you would have thunk? Yeah. One of those rare occasions in which suicide was useful. Take that out of context and I'll kill you.
That's ironic.
What's really ironic is I don't think anything's been killed by Cloud's Limit Break. Like, ever.
Yeah. Gi grudge. Okay.
Lame.
Do you have anything that prevents death?
Dude,
Or
I haven't got enough accessories for the party.
Yeah.
Like, everything has been so expensive.
Right. I just wasn't sure if we picked up anything along the way.
I don't remember what Bread 13's ability is.
Hmm. I had a page up. Let's see. I feel like the last time I did this, I had to find it in a video because nobody had a freaking list anywhere. Stop it. I paused you.
Judgment Bolt.
As battle progresses, Red will steadily gain strength and magic up to a maximum of plus 45 for both. I feel like in late game, that will become irrelevant.
Potentially. Although, with how battles can go longer in late game, maybe not.
Right, but what I mean is, like, once you get a little bit higher with the stats, plus 50 isn't really all that much. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't it?
I mean, you always have the tough ring that's plus 50 to vitality and strength. I mean, I guess if your max is 255, to go up by 20% is pretty significant.
Will it go over the cap, though, is the question.
Probably not. However, since that is the cap, I guess what I'm saying is going up by 50 isn't ever going to really be insignificant. So I'll eat my words. Thank you.
Like, keep you fed. You're a growing boy. Need the protein.
Nice. Hey, Eris killed something.
Yeah. Where's that next limit break? Lunatic High is not as useful now as it would be normally, because we've gotten time magic earlier. Like, if you keep Red in your party from the minute you get him, and he'll have Lunatic High likely before June on. And it's like, having an ability that casts haste on the entire party at that point is super useful.
True. Yeah, because you don't get time until Rocket Town, right?
Yep.
You can get Big Guard, though, as an enemy skill.
Yeah, but enemy skills
once
suck.
You get Big Guard doesn't. And White Wind. You get Big Guard and White Wind, and you're pretty much set for the rest of the game. Hey, Mecha, why didn't you run on that oil?
Because I thought I should take it slow.
Good work.
Yeah. Stop doing that, you bitch. Get away from her, you bitch. Yeah, I should definitely just hit these things with error.
Mm-hmm.
Like, another reason why I don't want to get rid of the, Wiser Star, it hits all the enemies.
Yeah.
Like, drain MP
Yeah, so
and hit all.
Pretty quick. Hey, Cloud killed something.
Yeah, what else have I been doing? I started VII City again on my own.
Oh, wow. That's the last Grand Theft Auto I've played.
The last one I finished was San Andreas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just stopped caring.
Well, San Andreas is probably, like, it's overly dense mechanically, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
story-wise, it's not as fun as VII City.
Sure.
There's like, you could very easily argue that San Andreas is where Grand Theft Auto becoming overly serious came from, and then Grand Theft Auto 4 is the culmination of that.
Okay. No. I thought for sure that was going to kill that thing.
Yeah, VIC City is just, like, the story is fun, it's ridiculous, it's excessive.
Yeah.
Basically, everybody in the cast is an unrepentant criminal.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to feel sorry for anybody when they die.
Yeah. Did we, this thought occurred to me a second ago. Did we think to look at what his limit break actually does? Like, did they change it at all?
Well, Lunatic High?
Yeah.
It just came up there, and I'm pretty sure it was haste.
I was just curious.
Haste and evasion
Haste
plus.
and
Yeah, old games are fun.
Interesting. That's normally added effect. Do we have added effect already?
Yeah, we've got it, remember?
We have added cut. Do we have added effect?
Maybe too many of these materials have similar names.
Yes. 100%. I agree.
But yeah, old games are good. Still needs to, like, sit down and do Final Fantasy X.
Yeah. A good one.
Motherfucker still had MP. Haste might have been a mistake.
You'll kill them before it happens, maybe. Now, why not use Bolt 2 there?
Aerith's already low on MP.
Okay.
Fuck.
That's a shame. Of course. Ooh. That's good.
You're two.
That's the way. See how it brings the status healing things up top?
You mean below all the regular healing stuff?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's better than that. But this is weirdly inconsistent anyway, because it's like, oh yeah, cure silence and darkness, cure confusion and berserk, cure petrify paralysis. And it's just like all the way down here. All the way down here. Antidote. Why?
Right. Yeah.
There's no good reason for that.
Ooh, if they have all equipped, you can heal all in the menu, by the way.
I know, but it does less.
Just make it, yeah.
I literally did it earlier this session. Like maybe
Didn't pay
10
attention.
minutes ago.
You do things quickly, don't forget. So sometimes it's hard to keep track.
I'm used to navigating these menus quickly.
That's fine. No judgment. Just explaining why I didn't see it.
Just explaining why I didn't see it. Oh, motherfuckers. Why are they minied? Was that suicide?
So, good question, I guess.
The only thing I've hit them with.
Right?
Look at it for its big
What is
feet.
the actual description for that attack? Suicide. Nice. That's gotta... She's gotta have killed enough. There we go.
Breath of the Earth. What the fuck is that?
Is that the... Okay.
Let's see what Clim
That did
Hazard
something
becomes
else.
later. Like, is it still going to be Clim Hazard? Is it going to be Climb Hazard?
True.
Is it going to be Jump Hazard?
Okay, so in the original, it doesn't heal HP. It just removes status.
Which makes it effectively worthless.
Correct. I thought that description seemed weird.
But, like, for the most part, aside, like, Healing Wind and Great Gospel are the only two limit breaks you care about from Aerith.
Yeah, true. Seal Evil is nice, but it's not, like, the best.
Generally not worth it over Healing Wind.
Right. Although it does... Well, right.
Geo stance on.
Are you trying to get kills with Cloud?
Yeah. Like, considering he's the main character, he should not still be on level 1 limit breaks at this point.
Right. Yeah, I feel like blade beam you can usually get by the ship.
Yeah, generally I've always got blade beam by this point.
Yeah.
Did I go down? No. I was going down.
Ah. I hate when I forget that. I spend some time in battles and I just forget where I'm going and where I've been.
Hmm.
Especially in this version where the battles just take longer.
Diamond dust. Shine bright like a diamond dust. Diamond dust is one of my favorite looking attacks in FF8.
Yeah. Oh, in 8 specifically.
Yeah, not here. No, it looks like shit here. But in 8, no, it looks really good.
Mm. Nice. Sweet.
So that's 3 kills there. Man, Ether's restoring 200 is crazy.
Yeah.
That's so much. Yeah, it was probably worth it.
Yeah, I would think so.
More than the black megaphone. It's like, hey, what are you getting megaphones for that one section where I have to use Kate Sith? And literally nothing else. Smack. Yeah, so the group of these dudes is good for restoring Aerith's MP.
Yes. Yeah, that was awesome.
So what are you playing in a minute, Clem?
Like, in my off time?
Yeah.
Always Genshin Impact. And if I'm not playing that, I've been playing Diablo 4 a lot. Which is not as good as Diablo 3.
Nope. Have you picked up Diablo 2 Resurrected?
No. No, that was too much money.
Might be worth looking at picking it up in a sale or something. I have it,
Yeah.
I've not played it yet. But like people are generally very much like, you know, Diablo 2's the best.
Yeah, I hear
supposedly
that a lot
better
too.
than 3.
Yeah. I really liked 3. I have a hard time believing 2 is actually better. That's like people saying Final Fantasy 6 is better than 7. And I feel like if I played Diablo 2, then I would agree with this. But it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I would have to pick it up on a hefty sale to be able to test it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like Diablo 4. It looks really good, but it just doesn't have the same customizable feel that 3 has.
I've heard the end game is basically non-existent and that every update makes the game worse.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, they have this seasonal thing. It's like, fine, whatever. But it just seems like tedious world event kind of stuff. And not that Diablo 3 was any better with endgame anything.
No,
But it had like
I glanced at Diablo 3's endgame. I played basically none of it. It's like, oh, go through the areas again.
Right. I just liked making the numbers go bigger.
I don't know. With Diablo 3, the numbers were big enough by the end of the game anyway. Like,
Sure.
With Diablo 3, I was doing so much damage and enemies were doing so little damage that I increased the difficulty. I started on normal, and by the end of it, I was on like Master 14.
Right, and that's what I like about Diablo. Is I just keep cranking up the difficulty, and it makes me feel awesome. Diablo 4 is great, but it's missing a lot from 3. Yes.
Yeah. I know back when Diablo 3 first came out, a lot of Diablo 2 fans were like, this is not as good as Diablo 2, and it became comparable after years of updates. But then, I feel like the same was true of Diablo 2. It became the Diablo 2 that was so much better than Diablo 3 at launch after years of updates.
Sure.
And so now, jumping into Diablo 2 Resurrected, you should be the same level of experience as jumping into Diablo 3 now.
Right.
If you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it. I haven't played it. I got it on Switch. There's a Switch is where I put in basically all of my Diablo 3 time.
Okay.
I do own Diablo 3 on PS4 though. The only thing I don't own on PS4 is the Necromancer DLC. Which is fine, because that's what I played through as on Switch. Who knows, like, Chrono and Clim play Diablo 3 co-op when?
No.
You do such shit damage. You know what could be an interesting out of left field choice this year?
What's that?
The PS1 version of Diablo.
Okay, yeah. Man, I loved playing Diablo 1. I played it on PC.
I've never played it. Which is interesting because we did have it when I was younger.
Right.
And I just never played it. One more screen with all the spiders.
I believe it's door 2 and door 4 that lead through.
These spiders are going to be dicks, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
Like, these things have stupid health to begin with in the base game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You sure do. Best way to deal with them is Frog Song, which you don't have.
Because it sucks.
Until you need it against these assholes.
It's fine, I cast haste.
Oh, good.
You know what I was thinking about earlier? Game that I do want to do this year? Valkyrie Profile.
Oh yeah, I started that game and I got confused by it.
Yeah. I own Valkyrie Profile 2 as well.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. On PS2.
Wow.
Yeah, but like most of the RPGs on PS2 that are interesting and less common I own. Because they're what I wanted to pick up when PS2 games was super cheap. Like, cool, I don't have a huge amount of money, and I just got a PS2 recently.
Yeah.
So it's like, I was in college. Like, PS2 games were at most going for like £10. I got a lot of good stuff at that point. I got Yakuza. I got Yakuza 2, then I got Yakuza. Those are expensive now. I got the Digital Devil Saga games for like, I think £6 overall. They go for so much more now.
Sure.
I got all the Silent Hills, and like they go for way more now.
Jeez.
Motherfucker.
You just run from these things in the next one? Yeah, I prefer to fight these things when they are frogs.
I prefer to fight these things like a man.
Yeah.
And win.
I mean, I win.
Yeah, but you don't look as cool when you take down a frog.
I don't know, man. You ever see that fight with the 6 frogs? Frogs are hard.
Yeah, but if you have a ribbon.
Well, yeah. But how often are you fighting those frogs when you have a ribbon? Ribbon.
You say a ribbon or a ribbit?
I said rivet. And then I had to fix it to say ribbon. And then I said rivet. It was a sequence of events.
I wish I had slash all. Fucking hell.
That did a lot of damage. Why did that do so much damage?
I have no idea.
We should really read the description for that ability.
Red 13 is a fresh level, it looks like. Did he just hit the same level as them?
That's my thought, yeah. Would it be under materia and then check?
Attack plus if levels match. So they're level 23.
Must be. That was a considerable difference in attack, though. That was nice. Hey, there's a treasure. Hey, and a save point.
That concerns me.
That there's a save point there?
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
double growth. 5 slots. 2 linked. Attack up. Hits everybody.
Does not drain MP.
It's the important thing, isn't it? Because, like, are we using Aerith for physical attacks?
Correct. And, like, yeah, it increases her magic, but...
But this gives us closer to infinite magic.
Right. and it limits our enemies from using magic.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Absolutely the point. This cave system makes no sense, and it never did.
Like how it would form?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what we're going to do now is make sure we keep hitting the back of one of them.
Correct. Do it, Cloud. What a dick. What's your bet that Red 13 will end up with his level 2 limit break before Cloud does?
I think it's pretty likely.
That just is a dead end.
This cave system makes no sense. Alright.
Dig it.
Can you dig it, sucker?
You could always try level suicide on him.
Good do. So here's a fun thing for you. I think it's WWE SmackDown vs. Raw 2010. But one of the wrestling games has a season mode focused on tag matches.
Wow, that was a lot of damage.
Maybe one day I'll do them, and like we'll do that storyline, and it'll be the Chrono Clim stable. And then we can pretend we didn't know anything about Vince McMahon's weird sexcapades that are also illegal and horrifying.
I didn't know about that, so.
That's the spirit.
Hey, all right. Was that it? Will that get us Blade Beam?
No.
No.
Blade Beam doesn't exist.
No? This is it? Cloud just gets level 1 limit break and that's it?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Have you seen any of that stuff that's been going on with the legal issues and just the Vince McMahon stuff that's been going on over the last few days?
No. I haven't seen any of it.
Oh, it's probably worth looking up because it is fucked.
Yeah? Oh god.
It's interesting because, like, stuff about paying hush money for various sex scandals was a big part of what got him booted out of WWE, like, WWE board, like, a year or so ago. And he managed to force his way back in.
Right.
And everybody who had any passing interest in WWE was like, it's a terrible idea for him to come back. It's going to make everything worse. And Triple H had been doing such good stuff with the company and the storylines and everything. Because when Vince was in charge, he had complete creative control. Everything had to go through him. And he puts out the worst storylines. And he forces his way back in, and everyone's like, oh, this is going to be awful. And then, like, not even 2 years later, this has come out.
Yeah.
How the fuck do I get out, though?
I'll read this later. I gotta see where. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I always like to say, hopefully not true.
Oh, true or not, they've got enough receipts for it to be like, no, you're fucking done, get out of the company. This is a major issue, and we've got to kick you out properly this time.
Yeah.
And there's enough previous history to be like, yeah, this is almost definitely true.
Hmm.
It's one of those things of like, you know enough, and enough has come out about a person over the years that when something really bad comes out, it's connected enough to those things that you already knew that it's like, yeah, no,
Sure.
I can absolutely see this being true.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, a fairy ring. That'll be good. Null gravity. Ooh.
That sounds... That's a little concerning, actually.
To have something to null gravity.
And in this area as well.
Hmm.
Because that makes me think, like, why is that here? Gravity is not common enough of an attack in FF7 to ever worry about that.
Yeah, I suppose so. Hey, alright.
We're never getting Blade Beam.
No.
I feel like we'll
No,
get Blade Beam, and then we'll do one limit break, and we'll immediately have Clim Hazard.
Miss. It just misses. Diamond dust.
Suck my dust. So, are you dropping everything next month when Rebirth comes out and just streaming that? Or are you going to do it off stream, do you think?
I have no idea. Part of me wants to just play it. And part of me feels like I would stream it. I don't know. I might have to flip a coin. I haven't even pre-ordered it yet.
What's the point of pre-ordering anymore?
Yeah. I mean, you get some extra stuff.
That in itself is bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, like, if I'm gonna pay full price for it anyway, I might as well just pre-order it to get the extra things.
In my mind, if I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pick this up, I want to get this on release day, to the enough to the point where I want to where I'm gonna pre-order it. I'll pre-order it from that one place, Shop 2, where I pre-ordered everything that I've pre-ordered from like the last few years, because generally they'll have whatever I've pre-ordered to me the day before release.
Okay, cool.
And it's like, cool, I pre-ordered this and I got it a day before.
Right.
I think that's a reasonable reason to pre-order.
Yeah. Totally
That's a
agree with
pre-order incentive.
that. Mm-hmm.
Alright, how bad is this gonna be?
Are you gonna get that treasure chest to the left?
Ah, shit. Yeah, I am.
I think you still have a chance.
Yeah, we can go back. Oh, we can quit. Gongaga. You know what the issue is? It's behind the save point.
Mm.
Just use the tent, you bitch.
You got a bunch of potions.
The games let you play 3 days early for Square Enix. Would you get for it? What? Stuff like, well, I think stuff like what you're talking about, Magic, is digital pre-orders. Because there's been stuff where it's like, oh yeah, pre-order this digitally and gain access to it, or like pre-order this digital deluxe edition or this ultimate edition and gain access to it early. There was something in the last couple of years that was like pre-order this higher tier version and get it 7 days early.
Yeah,
I don't remember what it was. But no, it's physical stuff like that. I don't see the point of pre-ordering digital. Like, there's absolutely 0 point. Oh, this is new. Leading the Gi was their shaman. A creature they say had conquered death itself. This can't be. Penis?
Yeah.
They're doing it with Suicide Squad? Ugh.
Okay. It doesn't look like a shaman.
Oh, Seal Evil ain't gonna work on this, and I didn't have Seal Evil anyway.
Why is it a robot?
It's a giant.
Oh god.
Not my dog. That Elseworlds Joker thing they've shown off with Suicide Squad looks awful. Like, it's such an awful design. Breath of the Air.
Hooray!
Judgment Bolt. Regular bolt.
Soldier bolt.
Shocking. Mug that giant.
Man, I really hate the slip. It's so stupid.
You hate the what?
The HP drain that's caused by the slip attack in earlier Final Fantasy games.
Oh yeah, the fucking sap they call it.
Yeah, that.
It's one of my least favorite
hey.
things about Final Fantasy V.
Yeah. Huh. What? Oh dear God.
Okay, so they called it Duel. And I noticed earlier that
Duel.
Antidote covers it.
Okay. Huh. That's nice.
The genuinely fascinating thing about this whole Suicide Squad thing is that this is the game that Rocksteady has been making for maybe 7 years. It's like the last thing they did before this was Arkham VR. They've done nothing since. Limit break priority, motherfucker.
Right.
But yeah, not it. I was saying it recently. The Suicide Squad game is absolutely fascinating because I've never seen a game that has looked more and more unappealing the more they've shown of it. It's not even being sarcastic or anything. Every time they showed more of that game, would you stop? Every time they've showed more of that game, it has looked less appealing.
Ignition.
You can't just not play out the game. I mean, it's not a movie. That's a joke based on the several movies that Warner Brothers just refused to release over the previous few years for the sake of saving money. And yet, despite refusing to release Batgirl, they still released The Flash. And having seen The Flash, Batgirl couldn't have been that much worse. Why is this motherfucker so fast?
Yeah, I hate that. Pick one or the other. Either have him have really hard-hitting attacks or fast. Like, not both. Not at this point in the game.
Right, he's got duel on him again. That's also something I really don't like about SAP in the earlier games. There's no visual indication of it. You've got to pay attention and notice that the health is draining.
Sure, yeah. Well, at least that missed. Jesus.
All right.
This is it. This is the one that's gonna kill him. Ready? Here it comes. Damn. I was hoping so hard that his one limit break kill would be that. When we needed it
I've
most.
got another plan.
Right, this is gonna kill him, and then Red 13 is gonna get his second level limit break.
That was nasty.
Ooh, Fury Brand, nice.
But yeah, the absolutely crazy thing about Suicide Squad though was like it didn't look good at any point, but then Warner Brothers released that gameplay trailer that finally showed people an in-depth look at how the game's going to play. And the reaction of it was so negative. and it was as a result of that, it was pushed back to this year. It was supposed to release last year. And people were talking about, oh yeah, no, they're gonna change how the game works, because I was like, no, they fucking ain't. We're way too late in development for them to change how the game plays. I think I want to fight Lost Number.
No?
Interesting. Is this a mixture of guitar string and piano?
Hmm. I heard mostly string.
Look at your father, the warrior Seto. You know we have stuff, right?
Yeah, that's definitely piano.
Even after they fled the battle, Seto continued to protect us. Largely because he couldn't move. He continues to protect us even now, because he can't move. Thought he was a coward when ran away when the Gi arrived, but in truth he was rushing to stop the enemy alone here in this cave. This is your father, Seto. Did Mother know? It was her idea. She asked me to seal myself and to not tell a single soul. That's why I let you believe your father was a coward all this time. It's like at any point, Bugenhagen could have just said this.
Right. Yeah, what is the reason to keep it a secret other than this moment here?
It's like, oh, the Gi was still a threat. Cool, why not just tell the one person then, the person who it mattered most to?
Right.
Your dog. Yeah, sure, but like we're not coming back down here to get you out. There's still monsters in the cave.
Mm-hmm.
I do like this rendition.
Imagine. Yeah, this is nice.
Anaki, once you continue with your journey with Chrono and the others, become their faithful pet. Let them give you walkies and treats. Chrono says they're trying to save the planet. I don't believe him. They might be, but he isn't. Even if they stop Sephiroth, everything will perish.
Delightful.
But Nanaki, I've been thinking lately. I've been thinking that if there's anything else we could do to ease the planet's suffering. Or maybe more than that. Save the planet from what seems inevitable. No matter what happens, isn't it important to try? Am I just wishing against fate? Yes, but isn't that the entire point of living? Sierra B130. Ho ho ho. This is why you must go, Nanaki. For my sake. For my retirement. I don't want you in the house. I'll be having bitches over.
It's the Cosmo Canyon accent.
Is that like Mayor Quimby? I can't do a JFK impression.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
It's like the only time you'll ever see me even try is when I do the I'm taking an evening off. I'm having an evening at home with my wife. I love that episode. That's it's such a weird episode.
Yeah.
Like Homer becomes a bodyguard and Mayor Quimby makes a deal with the mob to supply the school with milk.
Right.
That's you promise me dog or higher.
With the rat milking room. Oh God.
Grandpa, don't talk like that. I don't want to think of life without you. Yeah, well, I won't be here in 500 years. Or even 498 years earlier than that. Like, if you haven't finished FF7, that opening bit in Advent Children is so weird. It's like, why say 498 years earlier?
Right.
Like, a bunch of that opening is just like, hey, what if we redid sequences from FF7 with modern CG?
Right.
Dancer.
Yeah, that isn't the best sound effect choice for that.
That is sleigh bells.
Yeah.
Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? In the canyon, tears are glistening. A beautiful time will happen tonight. Pierced by these poisonous arrows, now I'm stoned. I lost the rhythm there. It's fine. Let's never come back to this place with their weird accents.
Yeah.
Well, time to leave. Our bread's been buttered. He's gonna stay here. That was a funny joke and you weren't even paying attention.
No, I wasn't, because I'm addressing this text from my brother. What was the joke?
Our bread's been buttered, it'll have to stay here.
I don't even get it.
Is it's bread 13?
You're right. But, like, what was buttered?
Bread.
Bread.
13.
13, right.
Have a great dream of the stars while you sleep in this cave.
Barrett just staring at the bridge.
Yeah, because he was not going to sleep on the sofa, but I was not giving up the bed. And Aerie can't give up the bed because she's a girl.
Right, of course.
Even though she's the smallest of us, and it would have made way more sense for her to sleep on the couch.
Right.
Fucking chivalry. You think Barrett will fit on that couch? You think I, as the leader, I'm gonna sleep on the couch?
No way.
Please look after Nanaki. You think I grew up a little? That's what happened.
Oh, good.
Now it's just resorted to popping up to tell me that Fort Condor battles are available. Like, cool. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah. We're on the road to Nibelheim. Blimzo, shoot that motherfucker.
I won't do it. Not today. Hammer blow. See ya.
Blimzo, I told you to shoot him.
Yeah, well, punching is shooting.
Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me.
Man, I hate that song.
It's not a great song. I'm not going to disagree with you.
I hate Rage Against the Machine to begin with.
I'm not a big fan. You know what most of my exposure to that song is? Is Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
That sounds about right.
Because they don't have a proper rock radio station on that. And like Vice City was like where I really started to realise I was into rock. V-Rock was the station I liked. And it's like, cool, 80s hair metal and speed metal and 80s rock and shit. Great, good thing to learn. Judas Priest, Ozzy Osbourne. Yeah, did I not say San Andreas? I meant San Andreas. Some Radio X.
Got it. I was going to say, I don't remember it in Vice City.
No, Vice City had a good soundtrack.
Right. Right.
But yeah, San Andreas didn't have a dedicated rock station. The rock station was an alternative station. Radio X. And so it had like grunge and Blair, and it had Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses, so that was nice.
Okay. That's decent.
But then it was also stuff like Cult of Personality and Personal Jesus. And I don't know, I just never really enjoyed the soundtrack of it.
Sure.
Meanwhile, in Vice City, it's just like 2 minutes to midnight.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The unborn in the world.
That was awesome.
Yeah, it was good. And the soundtrack, like, damn good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff.
But yeah, Killing the Name Of was on the San Andreas Radio X as well. What the fuck?
Makes sense. Yeah, it's some bullshit. Country music. Oh, God. What's worse?
You know, there is an intention at some point to go through GTA 3, Vice City, and San Andreas on stream. And when we get to San Andreas, I'm just going to be experimenting with those. There we go. I'm just going to be experimenting with those radio stations because Radio X just isn't that good. And maybe we'll find some hidden gems that I didn't know existed on there.
Maybe.
But Vice City is going to be V-Rock all the way.
Yeah.
I love the adverts on that as well. Tim, they've got your wife, but I'm not married. You are now to America. That the whole town burned down, right? It did. I can still feel the flames.
Yeah.
I'm not lying. This is why I'm gonna have sex with Tifa. She wouldn't accuse me of lying. The joke is that she absolutely has done several times already.
Right. No, I was just thinking about all the different people you can have in your party at this point. And if you bring Tifa, like, she's the only one who can confirm and say, like, yeah, this place burned to the ground. What the hell?
Sir, don't say such awful things. I was born and raised in this town. What you say never happened. That's not a Nibelheim accent. That's an Obama accent. I'm on to you.
That's really funny.
People have been seeing these guys all over the continent. My reunion. That you're dying to see. A good son would have known. That's still my favourite Advent Children line.
Yeah.
It's such... Like, Kadaj is a twat, anyway. Like, he's a shit character. But then Rufus just coming out and throwing that shade at him. Like, yeah, I was faking all along, and also, fuck you. Nice town, huh? We've been in business here for a long time.
Bullshit.
You lying motherfucker. Oh yeah, what would you know about that? In West Nibelheim, born and raised, and the sandpit is where I spent most of my days. Chilling out Max and staring through Tifa's window. And playing some b-ball outside of the school. When a couple of parents who were up to no good came along and accused me of throwing Tifa off the mountain. Oh, you weren't? It's not nice to lie.
Alright.
There should absolutely be a point of Cloud just snapping at everybody here, telling him that he's lying, and he just starts killing people.
Yeah. Hey, alright.
And you hear the people singing the song of Sephiroth. These are quality musical jams, and none of you are joining in, and I'm very disappointed.
Sorry.
Mother? Mother, pop the kettle on. Those are my nipples, please stop.
Tweaking the knobs, baby. Tweaking the knobs.
Get out of here. So, this is where you first really see all the reunion clones, all the dudes in black.
Yeah.
So the question there is, like, why Nibelheim?
Well, I mean, the guy in front of Coral tells us, like, oh, I saw this guy in a black cloak.
Well, the assumption is that Sephiroth. Not one of these guys.
Assumption. For sure. But they're here because, I don't know, they're heading through the mountain.
To where, though? Like, this place is so disconnected from the Great Glacier. And when we see them traveling along there, sure.
Yeah. I guess because this place was filled with clones, like Hojo did all of his experiments here. So that's the way I look at it.
Among the key words and phrases noted whether you were reunion and Sephiroth. Nothing new to report. That's all they say. They keep turning to me and saying, my reunion, that you're dying to see, and I'll be honest with you, it's quite frankly starting to piss me off. Our staff reported 3 incidents of inquiry into the incident that took place 5 years ago. That's different from the original. In the original, nobody who visited the town during the quarter knew that the town had burned down.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it suggests a conspiracy about Nibelheim that the game never does anything with.
Yeah, right.
wonder if that's something.
Yeah, it's just
that's got to be something that'll be expanded on in Rebirth, surely.
You're not gonna play the piano.
You don't get anything for it now, do you?
No, but if you don't play it now, you won't get anything later. Oh, a soldier.
That doesn't sound right. Look, a baby Sephiroth.
You have to play it. You have to play it in the
Reunion.
In the flashback, and then you have to play it now, and then you play it again as Tifa, and then you play it when Cloud is fixed.
No, you absolutely do not play as Tifa.
I'm pretty sure you do.
You do not.
Well, you get something if you play it as Tifa.
Reunion. Reunion. Baby Sephiroth. I hope they keep that in Rebirth. We just have like all these clones start looking like Sephiroth the Cloud, and then there's just the one that's a child, and it's like like a small Sephiroth, like not even child. Oh god. Every time this game adds save points, it's always concerning. Because those are the models they made for the Commandos.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, right. So if you play it as Tifa, you get Elemental. That's the difference.
Right.
You play it in the flashback. You play it at when you get there for real. Then, when you get there with Tifa, you'll get an Elemental materia. That's what I'm remembering. Mr. Smile, hey there. What are you doing here, sir? Sure. Okay.
RNG, my worst enemy.
Yeah. F that noise.
Who should I upgrade? Absolutely fucking Chrono, like, increase the strength. Dear God, increase the strength. Alright, character stats as they stand. Strength is 43, dexterity is pretty low. Spirit is fine. Strength and dexterity, really.
Yeah.
So looking at it like this. Duelist feels like it'd be pretty good for us.
Everything up by 10.
Well, just strength, magic, dexterity, and luck.
Well, yeah. But what I mean is, like, those are all the stats. Oh, I guess spirit
and vitality.
I don't know. That strength plus 15 feels really nice, and you're really only missing out on 2 points.
Yeah, because I'm not convinced about luck. I'm really thinking between ex-soldier and duelist.
Yeah. The magic plus 10 is not really needed. The dexterity plus 10 is nice. I mean, luck handles what? Crit chance?
That's literally what it's set to do. That's not me just dumping all those in the cloud. That's literally what they were saying to do. This is how this SP system works.
So you just click that and that's what happens?
Yeah, you choose which one you want and they give you the... Oh, crap. They give you the sources for it.
I see.
And you apply the sources.
Okay. Gotcha.
So hopefully that'll make Cloud more useful.
Right. And you can only do one upgrade right now?
Yeah, because we got one SP system from Genova. We could have done it after Genova. Like, that's the thing.
We didn't get anything for fighting what's-his-face? The freaking Lich?
No. No, the only time they've given us any of the SP stuff has been from Genova Birth.
Okay.
And it says, like, out of 4. You can have out of 4. So it's entirely possible it's just the Genova stuff. So, yeah. Genova Birth, Life, Death, Hojo?
I suppose.
Yeah, that puts our strength on par with Barret.
That's nice.
Yeah. And our magic is higher than Aerith. So that one boost could have just made Cloud our best character.
Good. The way it should be.
It's just the way it is. Things will never be the same.
Oh wow, whose hand go? Perfect.
Then just drag your balls across Tifa's pillow.
There you go.
Tifa, you ever fought a dragon? I remember, I'm talking about playing a piano. I remember Code Vein has that piano, and you can play songs on it. And people have worked out, like, the specific buttons you have to press and the combinations press to play specific songs, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is going to be a fight.
Shit.
I'll hopefully be more prepared for. We've been playing this for almost 18 hours.
Like... Yeah.
And we're only at Nibelheim.
Well, true.
Hello. I'm Chrono. Hello. I'm Chrono. Hello. I'm Chrono. You, might want to stay back. According to your, locals here, there's a dangerous fugitive inside.
Yeah.
We're tourists! Why not visit Rocket Town instead? What a nice recommendation. I appreciate this guy's not just like, yeah, no, fuck off. Fuck off and die.
Right.
Oh, well, I guess that means you die.
Well, there you go.
That
Cool.
one's not wearing a helmet.
Nope.
You bitch. So I'm going to assume these commandos are going to be a recurring thing, then. Which is nice to see,
Sure.
that they weren't just like a one-time thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you notice they're playing different battle music again?
Yes. They're playing the battle arena music.
Hurry up.
Ooh.
That one gentleman is now
Commando.
angry.
I would like a close look at that captain's sword. There we go. Thanks, game. That looks really cool. Where the fuck is that from?
Builds limit gauges?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Fury brand is one of the coolest limit breaks. It just gives everyone else a limit break.
It's such a shame Aerith just dies in disc 1. And,
Yeah.
like, as a replay thing, is like, cool, I know she dies, so I don't want to use her unless I have to.
Correct. Yeah, why invest in somebody? Limit filled. Oh shit.
Like, if she died later, sure.
Yeah.
Joke's on you, bitch. I didn't have anything to say anyway.
Spoilers. I couldn't imagine not knowing the spoiler to this game and being interested enough to play the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you don't play video games. Fine. You don't know the spoiler because you don't care about video games. But if you care about video games, it seems kind of crazy to miss the spoiler.
Yeah, it's like, can you imagine somebody playing Rebirth and not knowing that Aerith's supposed to die?
Right. Right, exactly. And there are people out there who I didn't know.
Did you actually not know Magic? Like, you've somehow managed to spend 27 years never having played Final Fantasy VII? And never knowing about that? That's, like, the craziest thing I might have heard on this stream, if that's genuine.
I feel like Allie has said TikTok doesn't know.
I think you're right, actually. I think.
But again, like, he's not interested in these games.
Yeah,
So
like,
it makes sense.
surely, but if you're interested in it by this point, you've played it or have seen it.
Right.
It's crazy.
Mm.
I feel like it's one of those things that just pervaded the pop culture space for long enough.
Right. Played the game a million times and never seen it. Just closed your eyes at that moment. Why is Eris gone?
She went back to her home planet. She died on the way back to her home planet.
Bummer.
Yeah. It's so unfortunate she left to avoid being killed by Sephiroth and died on her way back to the home planet. I only have 5 Phoenix Downs.
Jesus. She went to the bar. And that sword is so cool.
Yeah, she has a limit break. She gets limit break priority. Yeah, if we can drain all the MP of that motherfucker, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm.
Limzo, I need you to stop dying. Oh yeah, that's good. It's good blade beam.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, good. The person I wanted it to hit. You motherfucker. On. I also have haste on you, prick. Shoot this motherfucker.
Hey, I'm surprised he was the first to go down.
It's probably because I aim blade beam at him. So he took
Yeah.
the brunt of that.
Sure.
Guess what, bitches?
And it's astonishing they still have magic. Sweet.
I'm so fucking angry at that.
Well, at least they're dead. Earth drum. Not to be confused with the earth harp.
Not to be confused with the earth bomb. So, do you watch The Boys streaming on Amazon Prime Video?
Actually, I just started with a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago, and we watched the first 5 episodes. It's really, really good.
Yeah, it's, from what I'm aware, way better than the comics. Speaking as somebody who hasn't watched the show but read read the entire series. And
Oh, really? Okay, cool.
Speaking of Earth Bomb, there was a bit, like a single issue storyline in the comic where one hero went crazy and started fucking literally everything with a hole.
Oh my god.
And dies saving the world from a meteorite that's about to crash into the world by fucking a hole in it. The Boys comic is really stupid and bad.
Yeah. Doesn't take much to improve on a Garth Ennis project. Wow.
It's really not wrong.
Oh.
Bitch.
Oh, excellent. I wonder if Funny Breath is a magic consuming attack. Nice.
Like, what's the point of confusing them if they're just going to attack themselves and not their friends?
I think it was just chance. I think it was just chance that he ended up attacking himself.
Chance ruining this playthrough. He's not even here.
True.
But yeah, the Boys as a comic, like, it's great if you're a teenager.
Okay.
In the time when we were all kind of moving a little more cynical about the idea of, like, good superheroes. Superheroes who are good people. But then, even if you're into that kind of thing, like, there are so many better comics that did that kind of thing. Even from the time. Like, whatever happened to Truth, Justice, and the American Way is a direct response to stuff like The Authority and the Wildstorm comics where superheroes were just killing everything. But those comics where they would just kill were better than The Boys. Also, anyone ever brings up the question of who would win in a fight, Homelander and Superman, the answer is absolutely Superman.
Makes sense.
You know who could have stopped 9/11? Superman. You know who couldn't stop 9/11? Homelander. This is a punk bitch.
Wow.
No, so that's actually a bit in the Boys comics. The two towers still stand, but there's a memorial to one of the bridges because that's where the plane crashed, because the Seven tried to stop 9/11 but had no idea how to do any of it. And so they just ended up killing basically everybody and crashing the planes on the bridge. Such a stupid comment. You'll need to find the key first. Where is the key? It's not being held in the safe.
Okay.
Safe contains something else.
What?
Lid of the box with the most oxygen.
Right. What?
T's talking to me about a thing. In response to 90s Grimdark is actually a fair point. 90s Grimdark itself, too much to cover. In response, yeah, very much so, because like Kingdom Come's really good. What's so funny about Truth, Justice, the American Way is one of my favourite Superman storylines. I don't like Maximum Carnage, though. But Maximum Carnage is something we'd have to discuss at some point anyway. Because it's like the most... It's the most important thing Carnage ever really did. And anytime they adapt Carnage into anything else, they usually adapt in Maximum Carnage as well. Behind the Ivory Short of Team Ray. Are these the original hints?
Yeah.
It's good to remember why I just look up the fucking answer.
Yeah.
The creak in the floor under the chair on the second floor, left 5 steps, up 9 steps, left 2 steps, up 6 steps. Because, like, I looked at these clues years ago and was like, okay, I have the official strategy guide. I will just look at the answers. And ever since, it's just been a case of, like, go through... Oh, it's Clim.
Yep. I've memorized that code.
I haven't. Like, so I'll just look it up.
Yeah, it's not hard to memorize. The easiest one for me is 5997 because it ends in 9 and it starts in 9.
Yeah.
But 36, 59, 97.
Irredeemable. I was not into the idea of Irredeemable, but I found out about Irredeemable after I was already sick of the idea of evil Superman. So, generally just... It's probably one of those things that would definitely be good to go through, but I'm so tired of the evil Superman as a concept.
So that checks out pretty well. I don't know what the fifth clue is about, though. Melody?
So the question is, what is in the safe?
Yeah. It's just a boss fight. Oh, but yeah, the chest with the most oxygen, it's the room with the plants, because they produce oxygen.
Because they produce oxygen, yeah.
Yeah.
And the ivory the ivory would be the piano. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you do know. You just don't like.
No, I can just extrapolate. I'm used to bullshit riddles.
Gotcha.
It's how I survived Shadow Hearts.
Right.
Like, did you see some of those puzzles in Shadow Hearts?
No.
Some of them, like, the extrapolation you had to make was absolutely insane, and it's crazy that I did basically all of them without a guide. I think I'm broken.
Yeah, maybe.
I haven't read Exiles. But yeah, like, if you consider even over, like, the last 10, 15 years, there's been so many depictions of evil Superman or evil XP of Superman. To the point where it's like, I'm way more interested when Ultraman shows up. That's how bad it's gone. I'd rather see Ultraman. Alright, so the key's in one of the chests.
Oh, right. I forgot about that part. But the key is in the chest, but the safe has something else.
Yeah. It could be specifically about Odin.
Could be. You have to fight Odin.
Oh, jeez. That's never fun.
No. It's so funny when he falls.
He's falling and he can't get up. Quick, beat the man. Like, it looks cruel. Like, he's trying to climb up and he just keeps falling down, and then we just hit him. It's like we're hitting a disabled man who has a blade for legs.
Right.
Oh, he climbed back up again. Quick, knock him down. He's not even attacking us. There he goes.
Oh, there he goes.
Took him a while.
Yeah.
And I think by the point he did attack us, it was like, that's fair enough. We've hit you so much. It's self-defense at this point.
Man, he's got a lot of HP. This is why I'm more than happy to use laser on him in the original. Just destroy him.
Nope.
No, because it's not gravity in this game. Hey, boys.
It reminds me of the chain jump chandeliers in Super Mario RPG.
I can understand that. There we go. Jesus.
We defeated the disabled man.
Good job. He had it coming.
What America would have wanted.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. That's
hey,
the point.
You can tag me? Say what?
Nothing. That's the point.
Yeah. I didn't realize you could tag people in the stream title.
Yeah. It's why I did cool. Specifically. I did it last week as well. Possibly the week before.
I didn't notice.
High risk scattergun, but it's a triple growth weapon. But look at how low its accuracy is.
Yeah.
Like that, yeah, that's a risk.
But triple.
But a weapon that does like triple growth but never hits.
Use magic with them. For a while.
3610. $59.97. Shit.
Yeah.
Fine. It's so sensitive.
It really is.
I've always hated. Like the time limit and how sensitive it is, it's a bad combination.
Yeah. Wait. Damn. Oh.
Run!
Roto-Roth. That's funny. Run! Oh shit. It's Cloud and Sephiroth. I didn't notice.
Yeah, that's actually... I was thinking that. Roto-Roth. Like, what does that name mean to you?
The prototype for Sephiroth clone?
Exactly, like a prototype Sephiroth clone they deemed too dangerous and had to be locked up.
Yeah. Terrifying.
They have two separate health bars.
I see what you're saying, because you saw the two. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this enemy normally does.
No, not Lost Number has one health bar and two potential final forms.
No. This enemy, you meet this normal enemy in the basement.
Ah.
Yeah, yin and yang. That's what I meant. I didn't mean Lost Number. Type C.
That Cloud uniform. That's Crisis Core. You can see it from the back.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's the outfit. It's the soldier outfit he wears in Crisis Core.
Yeah.
Or like Shimra Trooper outfit, because soldier's a thing.
Right.
Seed Cypher's type.
Mm-hmm. 81 on that other hit? Damn. So the one is just like yin and yang in the original. One is weaker to physical, one is weaker to magic, maybe?
I don't know, they both took decent damage from summons.
Yeah, true. I wonder if summons just ignore defense.
Possibly in this, although the usual thing is summons only ignore defense when they're specifically stated to.
Right. Damn.
The interesting thing about this, though, is that it's a prototype Sephiroth clone, presumably, mixed with Cloud specifically. Oh, shit.
Right.
It suggests Hojo had an interest in Cloud to begin with.
Right.
Whereas in the original, Cloud was no more important than Zack. To Hojo.
Right. Yes, correct. Cloud is floating away. He is glitched away from the Proto-Roth body.
Motherfucker. Is that wastes most of Aerith's limit break, because Climzo was almost ready to go anyway.
Yeah. Oh my. Oh, shit. Well. There you go.
Not knowing how much health that thing has is a concern.
Right.
It's like, could I take it now?
It's a good question. We don't have sense, do we?
I don't think so. I have to check.
Oh, balls. Oh, good. There, see, he attacked his friend. Damn. Did Eris's attack take away the confusion?
Yeah, you hit yourself, you get hit, you lose confusion. It's what makes it a less useful status effect.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's always been the case in 7.
Oh, yeah, no. It's just, I didn't think that the MP drain would count.
I think because it just counts as an attack.
Yeah.
So what's Melody about?
Magic.
So what was the 5th clue about?
I have no idea.
Might be worth checking the piano.
Yeah.
I do appreciate though that they're just like, yeah, no, you want to go and do the safe for. This isn't a thing in the original, is it?
It is.
You can play the piano here.
Mm-hmm. But a lot of the keys are they blip the screen. Like if you try to play the theme, so it's like X. No, I'm sorry. It's do, re, mi. Yeah, that.
Okay, so it's re and la.
It should start with what? Oh yeah. I get what you're saying. But yeah, the theme is do, re, mi. I think it's then. I think I'm trying to translate from PlayStation to Xbox.
Just say the buttons if you remember the buttons, and I'll translate.
It should be X square triangle, L1 and triangle, L1 and square. Yeah, and then it's X square triangle, and then I think it's. I don't remember which ones you hold the. I think it's L1 and circle. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I think it's L1 and circle. X. And X square X.
Is that a second X after the previous X? Like X, like circle X, L1 is circle X, X square X.
X square triangle X circle. No. No, not a second one. Circle, then X, then square, then X, I think.
And that's all of it?
But again, I'm doing it off my memory.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
I didn't know this was a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. Would you take everybody's magic away?
Yeah, she got confused again. So what does that accomplish in the PlayStation version? Or like the original version?
Nothing. It just gives you a way to see what notes they are and how to operate the piano. Although I guess that does it if you say I forgot.
Yeah, that's always been the way I've been aware of doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it accomplishes anything in the original. It's just like there. A strange thing. Yes.
I'd say I never knew that was there. And why would you? So little in the game is interactable like that.
Right. Ooh, that's where the Peacemaker is?
Get a gun for Vincent before you get Vincent.
I mean, it makes sense to put it there and not in freaking Calm. Are you gonna go down to the right to see that other chest?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where the route for it is.
It's in front of the stairs to the right. The little door there. Do you refuse to use the entrance and exit triangles?
I use them when I'm looking for them. Like, that's really it. I don't want them on all the time, but I use them when I'm looking for the thing. I pressed select just before the battle came up, or like just as the battle was coming up.
Yeah.
I've said before, like, I think they're absolutely useful, something you want. And I brought up a time I saw someone complain about how they make the game easier. And it's like, no, I absolutely want them there. FF8 and 9 not having them is a mistake.
Yes. Yeah, and you can toggle them on and off, so if you don't like them, just don't use them.
Yeah. It's all I really ask for in my games is choice.
Yeah. Ooh.
Is that mugged now?
Could be.
Having mugged this early. That's crazy.
Is that not normal? There it is. An ether.
That was worth it.
Wonderful.
Or if it's in one of the chests, we've still not found the key.
Oh god.
Alright, you stupid bitch. I don't want to take W machine gun off Clim though, because like attacking all is such a useful ability.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Even while I've got all the weapons that'll do more damage.
Right. It has to be a lot more though.
I think the real downside is when you're down to one enemy, it doesn't do extra damage. It's not like magic.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Alright, let's check upstairs. If we don't find what we're after before we leave, then we'll see what else there is.
I mean, unless they put chests in different places, like down in the basement.
Maybe. That's why we're gonna check.
Yeah.
Appreciate if this guy stopped wasting my time with his falling down.
Did you just use Demi on him?
Yep.
Nice. Nice. Love to see it. Ooh.
Excellent. So Mug will still drain.
Cool.
Even hit him that time, he fell off on his own.
He's tired. bitch.
Just sit in a chair, jeez.
Imagine trying to sit with a blade attached to your body.
You get a chair that doesn't have
Ooh,
arms. Like a bench.
Sure. But even that, he would kind of like roll to the side.
Use your arm to balance yourself.
These things are rare. What?
Use your arms to balance yourself.
These things are hard to find. And they're one of like 3 enemies that'll teach you the question marks attack. Miss? There it is. Now watch them switch. Now they're weak to magic.
It's not Cloud that has the enemy skill.
Right.
Climzo, because he'll never shut up about it.
Thing.
I don't think that's why I put it on Climzo, but it's funny to say that it is.
Sure, of course, yeah.
If I remember rightly, like we
yeah,
have enemy skill equipped just because we got it early enough that we didn't really have a whole lot else.
Yeah, now they're allergic to physical. Yeah, these things, Behemoth, and maybe the zombie dragon, but I might be confusing that with the question mark that exists in Pandora's box.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're doing. Because the dragon is definitely Pandora's box.
Oh yeah, I just wasn't sure if it had both. Now I want to look it up. What? Nope, just those two, Jersey and Behemoth.
Eat this, New Jersey. Time level up. Which is
Nice.
it's all well and good and everything, but never use anything else that's on time.
No?
No.
Not slow?
Nope. I'll just complain about stuff being too fast.
I love using slow. Hammer blowing. I mean, yeah, that. Pew! Oh, fuck.
Well, Climzo, you let us down again.
Eh.
Yeah, that's not much. Might be worth moving Demi onto Aera.
Well, magic stat won't affect it.
No, but she can replenish it. Demi 2 costs 50 MP, and it's a spell that we could want casting multiple times in a single battle. Heavy MP cost, would rather have it on somebody who can restore that MP.
Sure, yeah. Good thinking.
What I do? It's how I survive these RPGs. I do the good thoughts, and then I don't implement the good thoughts. Like, so go back to the Digital Devil Saga playthrough I did, the first one, and like, look at how many times I come up with these brilliant strategies to fight a boss that would tear them apart using their weaknesses, and then don't equip the attacks I need.
We beat him while he was a threat. Hooray.
I feel like we're pretty high level for this point in the game.
Yes.
That's concerning.
Ooh.
Because, like, we're still having trouble with stuff.
Put her off.
Ying. Climzo. Ying. Climzo. So is it?
I like how it's yin and yang and not yin and yang.
I prefer Ying and Climzo. I think it's funnier.
True.
Once again, the camera placement has screwed me over when it comes to using the cursor to do a heal.
At least Yang is excited. I love when it does that, and all it is to show their emotion. I hate this enemy. Mostly because it has ice too. And, like, you know, level 2 spells.
Yeah, but we've been dealing with a bunch of level 2 stuff recently anyway.
Sure.
So it's not
but in
a huge amount different.
Yeah. In the original game, though, it's terrifying.
Yeah, it's always really concerning in the Final Fantasy games when you come... Really, I feel like any RPG that has tiered magic systems, when you come up against an enemy that's using the next tier and you are nowhere near getting it.
Right.
I feel like every SMT game does that.
Sure.
Where it's just like, oh yeah, here's someone using tier 3 magic. You only just got tier 2. And it's like,
Thanks, game.
I'm concerned.
Uh-oh.
Yang
Oh
was
God.
jealous of Climzo's friendship with Ying.
It's nice that that damages the enemy, because I think in the original game, it either knocks them out of the battle or there is no damage. Sadistic attack. God. It's so scary.
Yeah, Hammer Blow is not an attack I tend to use much in the base game.
Yeah.
I think it
Yeah, I can...
is... The level 2 attack, the level 2 limit break you have isn't Mind Blow. That's the second level 1. It's Grenade Bomb. So level 2,
Right.
all I ever use is Grenade Bomb until we hit level 3 and get Satellite Ray.
Yes.
No, is it Satellite Ray or is it Max Ray?
Satellite Beam.
Satellite Beam.
Max Ray is the weapon he has.
Right. And then... whatever the second level 3 is.
Ungar Max.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, that one's not bad. Many hits. I always used Satellite Beam, though.
I think the Satellite Beam generally just does more damage.
Yes.
And until
Yeah,
you've got
Ungar Max
Catastrophe,
always
like... Catastrophe's value isn't in that it does... multiple hits, it's that it does multiple hits on single targets.
Right. Which you can get out of Ungar Max. And in fact, if you get his stats high enough, it can actually outperform Catastrophe after a different period, which is cool, but I don't like that. Like, the same with Red 13. Cosmo Memory is the worst because it's one hit.
Yeah, it's one of the weaker final limit breaks, definitely.
Yeah, and it's a shame because it looks really cool. All creation, I think, is the same thing with Yuffie. One hit. Nah, the best limit breaks are Omni Slash and High.
And Great Gospel.
And Great Gospel, right.
Like, you could turn around and tell me Great Gospel is the reason Aerith dies early, and I'd believe you.
Sure. Which is silly, because it's like, well then, if you had a problem with that, don't give her that limit break.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, thanks, Squaresoft. Why is that shit just open? Oh, what? What?
So the door was unlocked, and the key to the door was inside the room.
Why did the letter say that was in a chest? That's infuriating. That infuriates me.
How would I be thanking us?
Oda.
Ouda.
Are we naming Vincent T-Pain?
Frustrates me because that's actually really good. We didn't call him T-Pain last time, did we?
No,
No, because we had everybody
Chicago
named
T-Pain.
after people in chat.
Yeah.
And the issue with that is, like, I'm always going to want to take him with me just for the T-Pain joke.
Of course, right.
It's like going to the Temple of the Ancient. Oh, free trip to the Temple of the Ancients for free. Now, who will I take? Aerith and T-Pain.
Right. We can name Sid T-Pain, but that doesn't help our situation right now.
No, it really doesn't.
No.
Sephiroth. You know Sephiroth? Everybody knows Sephiroth, for fuck's sake. So Vincent can clearly fly and will never demonstrate that power again. And that's how it was. Definitely how it was. For sure.
You didn't say anything. The lights just grew dim. And you stood there.
There's something that does that. Like a movie, a parody movie, or some sort of comedy TV series. It might even be Family Guy. It's the kind of shit Family Guy would have done at some point.
Right. Good joke. You could name him Raziel. That'd be cool.
It's not funny though.
Yeah. You lion white face.
That's racist, Climzo. I must continue to atone by taking a nap. Or nightmares will come to me now, more than I previously had. Just casually like pulls the iPod. The iPod he's got hidden down the side of his coffin out. Puts his earbuds in as the coffin lid closes. I was with Obama Manufacturing Security for their Department of Administrative Research. They called us the Turks because otherwise it was a mouthful. Instead of Smizdar. Instead of calling us Smizdar, they called us the Turks.
It's a shame we don't have enough letters to do Turkish Delight.
Shame we don't have enough letters for cousin. And he just speaks with like a heavy like Brooklyn accent or New York accent.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm walking here. I'm sleeping here. I'm flying here.
Right.
I'm fighting Ojo here.
You could just name him Cousin. Or like Cuz, like C-U-Z.
Cuz Vinny.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, Christ, if that fits. If that fits. That will fit when it's spelled right.
Right. Oh, hell yeah. Perfect.
Oh, I pressed the wrong one.
You fool! Now, do you care for... Do you want the space in there? Because you could do cousin, like C-U-Z-N.
No, like, not having the space will be bad enough. Not having the space and spelling cousin wrong as well. Unacceptable.
Yeah. Sure. No, hey, listen, I just giving you the idea.
Here's Vinny. Turks. Formerly of the Turks. My sleep has spanned decades. I have no affiliation with Obama now. And you? Former soldier, first class. Hey!
Hey! Fabulous.
Oh, we should have just called him Fonz. The Fonz.
Bro.
Fucking Christ, we should have just called him the Fonz.
The Vins.
The Vins. Then do you know Ojo? Yeah? That man was responsible. It was his experiment with Lucretia that led to Sephiroth's birth. Forgive me. Lucretia was the woman who gave birth to Sephiroth. Gave birth? How did Genova was Sephiroth's mother? Well, there is some truth to that. Genova did not physically bear him. Genova's cells were infused with the child while he was still in the womb. He was born to a beautiful lady. That lady's name was Lucretia. She was an assistant to Professor Gusto, who headed the Genova project. Beautiful Lucretia. Human experiment. It was all Hojo's doing. He went against Gast's wishes and used Lucretia for the experiment. I didn't stop him. Told myself it was her decision and decided to stand by. That was my sin. I need to stop this, it's getting worse.
Yeah.
Like, you could do a better New Yorker accent than I could. And you just sat there and let me do it.
I mean, you started. I just wanted to see where it went. And it devolved into the Obama accent.
That was not the Obama accent. The Obama accent is way further south.
Oh, sure. But it was close. It was drifting.
It felt like it was drifting towards Christopher Walken, honestly.
Oh, I feel like it definitely started there. He's just staring up at the ceiling.
Just like a cat watching a fly buzz around. Sephiroth.
I've been waiting for you. The reunion will be taking place soon.
Whatever you're planning ends here.
You are to join the reunion. When the time comes, head north to the continent of snow and ice.
That's not in the original, is it?
Nope.
We head north to the continent of snow and ice, specifically because we were following Aerith and then following Sephiroth.
Right. He does say the mountains to the north or something.
Which leads to Mount. That's supposed to be Mount Nibelheim.
Yeah.
Mount Nibbles.
Right. Right.
Didn't you hear me? We're gonna settle this right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, right now.
I see. You're not ready for the reunion. I will go to the Temple of the Ancients. If you wish to interfere, then follow.
Don't you throw materia at me. Temple of the Ancients? Dick. No.
Ooh. That's pretty funny.
This has been a fun mod.
Yeah.
Preemptive with paired materia, you just pair it with Knights of the Round.
Yeah. Oh, taken by surprise by the frogs. You frogs.
You believe Sephiroth? You believe nobody ever put the books back? Like, Hojo was conducting experiments down here for years.
Right. Let me sleep.
That's not what it sounds like.
Here.
There you go. There you go.
I'm sleeping here.
Hey.
Hey. Hey, where you going? If I go with you, will I meet Hojo?
I don't know, but we're after Sephiroth, so I guess sooner or later.
Damn. Appreciate. All right. I've decided to go with you.
Say what? Instantly regain HP based on his current MP, and his limit forms now attack on a set cycle. He also starts each battle with Wall active. That actually sounds pretty useful. But it also... Regain HP based on his current MP feels like you could end up with a Final Fantasy VIII problem of never wanting him specifically to use magic.
Right. Being a former Turk, I might be of some help.
Okay. Go wait in the car. Wait, no, Cousin Vinny, come back.
Nah, you bitch, it's too late.
In today's episode of Final Fantasy VII, the role of Cousin Vinny will be played by Joe Pesci.
What do you mean I'm funny?
Like, ha funny? Need to remember to ask Ali if she's seen Goodfellas.
I should watch that movie again. I haven't seen it in ages. Damn.
You know what else is a really solid mafia movie to watch with Robert De Niro? The Untouchables.
Yeah, that was another one of my dad's favorites. That was a good one. Should watch that again as well.
It helps I like Shaun Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, it has a really strong cast. And Kevin Costner.
Oh, yeah. And what?
And Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
I just make a list of movies for us to ask Ali if she's seen every time she streams.
That's all the chat is from now on. Just asking, have you seen this?
Okay, have you seen this one?
Have you seen this? And we just have a checkbox. We have a Word document with a checkbox next to it.
Have you seen Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves?
I haven't even seen that. I've seen Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Yeah, that would have been the next one. Like, have you seen Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves? Have you seen Robin Hood, Men in Tights? Have you seen Robin Hood?
Have you seen Robin in the Hood? A different movie.
Start listing various slash movies. Have you seen Leprechaun?
Oh my god.
Have you seen Leprechaun 2?
What about Leprechaun 4? In space.
Yeah, because it's Leprechaun 3 is Leprechaun in the Hood, isn't it? And then Leprechaun in space, then Leprechaun back to the Hood. Have you seen Batman and Robin? Which version of Batman and Robin?
Best Batman.
Are we talking the 1940s Batman and Robin serial?
Oh god. No.
No. Oh, you mean Batman and Robin Sub-Zero? That's actually Batman Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero.
Batman and Robin.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age! I unironically like that movie.
I mean, I was entertained by it.
Yeah. I think it is genuinely entertaining. Part of the issue is people taking everything so seriously. Sure, I always say the worst thing a movie can do is bore you.
Yes. Like Lost in Space.
Yep.
I fell asleep.
I've seen that multiple times. I'm convinced there's a good movie in there somewhere. But it ain't on the screen.
Yeah.
That's got Heather Graham in.
Does it? Man.
She's the older daughter.
That. Yeah.
Like, it's William Hurt's the father.
Mm-hmm.
Gary Oldman is the evil scientist. Matt LeBlanc is the pilot.
Yeah.
Heather Graham is the older daughter who's the doctor. Lacey Chabert's the teenage daughter. Lacey Chabert, best known as the original voice of Meg Griffin.
Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, the cutie pie from Mean Girls.
Yeah, that's fair, actually. She's in Mean Girls. My next thing to say she was from was going to be Sonic 06. No, seriously.
But yeah, I definitely fell asleep in that movie.
Clim has a devised.
Hey. All right.
Looks so fucking happy about that.
I'm very happy. It's my namesake. Yeah, I saw it in the theater as well, and I fell asleep in the theater. In fact, I went with my dad and my brother, and all three of us fell asleep. And I was 12, so there's no reason for me to be falling asleep, you know what I mean?
When we eventually run out of video games to do, and we just start, like, commentating over movies together, I'm absolutely putting that on the list.
Okay. Just Mystery Science.
Yeah, basically.
Theater. I was going to try to say, like, Mecha Science Clim 3000.
Mecha Science is Clim.
Yeah.
Oh, how bad's Materia Keeper gonna be?
Pretty bad.
I feel like this is probably the best place to call it.
I agree. Just because we succeeded in something. Although we didn't kill Protoroth.
Back to Nibelheim. We have Clim Hazard now.
That's true. We do need to see that.
As if you've never seen it before.
Well, listen. It deserves spotlight.
I can definitely say today I didn't wake up. I didn't expect when I woke up today to have any kind of discussion about the 1998 hit blockbuster Lost in Space.
Hit blockbuster. Right. Oh, man.
It's weird that Matt LeBlanc's in that, right?
It is very strange that he's in that, yes. Smith turns into a monster. I don't remember much of that movie.
Made of spiders. Oh,
Yeah, I
fuck,
didn't even fall asleep during...
the kid, like, there's the boy that we didn't mention when we listed the whole family. We didn't mention the mother or the boy. The older version of the boy from the future is played by Jared Harris. Like, pre-knowing him from anything. I later saw him in Sherlock Holmes 2.
Right.
A game of one-upmanship. He played Moriarty in the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes.
Gotcha.
Alright, so we're going to make one attempt at this.
Okay.
You're going to need the numbers again. 36, 10, 59, 97.
That's right.
Run!
Good job.
Miss me, bitch. No.
Boom. Hey, Danny boy, what's going on?
Hey, it's Danny. Coming in right at the end.
Yeah.
That's crazy. We were just discussing the 1998 hit blockbuster Lost in Space starring William Hurt. What are your opinions on that movie, Danny?
High? Are they high?
They are.
He just laughs. Oh, man. Yeah, I remember watching 2001: A Space Odyssey for a class in college, and I didn't even fall asleep with that. And that movie is fucking boring.
I feel like 2001: A Space Odyssey is a movie that is boring for kids.
Yeah, but I also think it's boring for everybody.
Stanley Kubrick worked hard on that movie.
Yeah, well, it was boring. I'll tell him that to his face.
He's dead.
I think. All right, I'll tell him to his skull then. I don't know.
Clim's just gonna go out and dig up fucking Stanley Kubrick's grave so he can say to his desiccated corpse, 2001: A Space Odyssey was boring.
Yeah. I would say there's a good 20 minutes of that movie that's pretty entertaining. And then a majority of the rest of it is really boring, and then the ending is really stupid.
Star Trek's good, Flame. You shut up. I will agree with Danny. Like
Now,
the Star Trek the motion picture is boring. Like there's the whole thing in the motion picture of like, because they had the budget to make a big detailed model of the Starship Enterprise, they spend like 5 minutes panning around the damn thing it's introduced. It's an absurd amount of time. It's like, look at how cool this is. Like, you've got places to be.
Right. That's my problem with Lord of the Rings. There's a lot
How
of cinematography.
dare you?
Sorry. I think Lord of the Rings could be easily an hour shorter.
I think Lord of the Rings could easily be 3 hours longer.
Fair enough.
That's why I watched the extended editions.
Right.
They're so good. And Clim coming in my stream with his garbage opinions on Lord of the Rings.
Oh man, not my cup of tea. I enjoyed watching them. I just feel like there was a lot of movies. I thought Oppenheimer was too long. Also,
I've not watched Oppenheimer. I'm probably not gonna. It's not a subject matter I'm interested in.
Reasonable. I thought it was fun. I thought it was obviously because it's.
I thought it was fun, says Clement, about the movie, based on the life of a man who regretted his life's work because it created the most devastating weapon known to mankind. I thought it was fun. Clim Hazard, 27. I get what you're saying, but like, what a word to describe it.
I mean, it's a movie, so it's meant to be entertaining.
But fun.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. Meanwhile, I thought Barbie was a heart-wrenching look into the depths of the human soul and our capacity for violence and sin.
Nah, I didn't watch Barbie because I'm not into that sort of bullshit pandering. This list was.
I didn't watch Barbie because I had no real interest in Barbie as a property. I don't really care. Not interested in Oppenheimer. I don't watch biopics. I don't care for them. I don't care who directs them.
Yeah. I thought it was cool. I get it though.
I watched Tenet. And like, was Tenet a good movie? It was interesting. I think a lot of it felt like Christopher Nolan trying to one-up himself with what he did in Inception, in terms of like mindfuckery and trying to work out the plot. Ultimately, I don't think it was as strong, but it's an entertaining movie to watch once.
Right.
It's funny because like Schindler's List came out in what, like 94? It was mid-90s. And there's always the thing of like, whenever I bring up the thing with the Phantom Menace of like, all three of the three main actors of that movie, Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, had all proven that they were fantastic actors before that movie, and then they're just generally really not great in The Phantom Menace. And like, why it can't be specifically because of them, because they're great and they proved they were great by that point. I always point to Darkman for Liam Neeson and not Schindler's List, when I probably should point to Schindler's List and not Sam Raimi's Darkman, starring Liam Neeson. Nobody was good in Phantom Menace, except Ray Park.
Fucking 10.
Ray Park was good in Phantom Menace. If anything, Liam Neeson was exactly what he needed to be in Phantom Menace. Like, you do the lightest tap and it jumps like 2.
Yeah. Yep.
John Williams was good in Phantom Menace.
True. I mean, even then.
I have a lot of
like
nostalgia for the
memorable...
prequel soundtracks, but a lot of that is because of the video games. So I heard those songs a lot.
Yeah.
Because by the time Phantom Menace came out, video games were able to just do CD quality audio. Pretty sure there isn't magic. No.
Man, wouldn't it be nice? Or if it just moved slower to begin with, that would be nice.
Gotta do it fast, though.
Gotta go fast. Gotta go faster, faster.
One of the big issues with this as well is, like, you've got to go fast because of the time limit. The dial is so sensitive, and you can't go back.
Yeah. Yep, yeah, if you pass it, you're screwed.
Ganzaro's screwed there anyway, because I went left before going right again. Well, I...
Yeah. Hooray! Now win.
Now win. Nope, tried it. Tried it, magic. Look what Climzo's got for you. You stupid bastard. So the issue now is, like, we have to do this, or I'll have to do that again. Type C looks confident. Type S looks like a bitch. I like Batman Forever.
Batman Forever was fine.
People are generally like, oh yeah, no, the Joel Schumacher Batman movies are awful, or at the very least worse than the Tim Burton ones. But, like, Batman Forever is a better Batman movie than Batman Returns.
Okay.
Like, don't at me on that.
I wouldn't.
Good.
I don't get on people for their opinion. That's not why. I just don't disagree with you. You do whatever. They're very different movies, Batman Returns and Batman Forever.
The problem with Batman Returns is it's a Tim Burton movie.
Right.
And it's probably the first example of the Tim Burton movie. And, like, you can really see it once you know to look for it. Like, all the spiral shit. It's, like, especially the weird tweet stuff. The Penguin's gang being a gang of clowns feels like it's entirely because it's a Tim Burton thing.
Yeah.
And, like, everybody's been pretty open about the whole thing of Tim Burton got a lot of creative control on that movie. It was the only reason he came back.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Aerith is doing a cure. Nope.
Bummer.
Yeah, I think Batman Forever's fun. Tommy Lee Jones is ridiculous, and I've never seen any other performance from Tommy Lee Jones like Two-Face.
True.
It's such a weird idea.
Yeah, really over the top.
Your entrance was good. This was better. You know what the difference is? Showmanship. I mean, if that had hit, like, that would have put him onto the limit break, and Aerith's limit break would have been more worth it.
Yeah.
Whispers.
What does that do?
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Oh, this is the attack that killed us last time.
I was gonna say it looked like an attack by Sephiroth later in the game, and it's probably Dean. Which I almost never see anyway. It's time.
7.
Just avoid getting hit. Lowers defense and magic defense.
The Clim hazard.
Yes. Wow. Oh.
Hey, it's probably the best damage Cloud's done all game. Clim doesn't stream anymore.
I quit. I've been doing okay, Flame. Thanks for asking. I was streaming Resident Evil 2, the original.
Yep, doing Ninja's
Yeah,
favorite
okay.
scenario.
I got a B rank. Took me 3 hours and 54 minutes.
Ninja's favorite scenario.
Ninja's favorite scenario.
Yeah, Ninja hates
Claire B?
Leon A. Claire B for some reason.
Oh, really?
No, Aerith, my best friend. It makes absolutely fine sense.
Jesus.
The sooner we get Wall, the better.
We could have brought our cousin Vinny into this. He starts with Wall. That was interesting. Oh, good. He almost killed me because I made a Claire A run that took 2 hours and a half. Yeah.
I'll absolutely say, though, I have not been so engaged in Final Fantasy VII fights in a long time.
Sure. I want to know what this does.
Silence.
Oh, okay.
I don't care how angry he looks. Die.
Oh,
Christ,
good.
this attack.
Great. Jeez. It's so much.
That's it.
Yep. Bummer. He's just so strong.
So fast is the issue.
Yeah.
Like, we still had
Only
haste
you
on
had a
Cloud, because
spell.
Cloud didn't go down after haste was cast. And, like, still outpacing us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's going to do it for us for today, though.
Yeah.
I said one would take one shot at it.
Yeah.
Yep. Otherwise, we're keeping Clim from his food.
That's true.
I'm sure all of you in chat want Clim to eat.
Yeah.
Which is the cue for all of you in chat to tell Clim to starve. So we can do more of this. Because I know exactly what you're all like. But yeah, we made... I don't know, would we... I don't know if I'd even call this reasonable progress. Like, based off the original game, almost 5 hours to get from Gongaga to just through Nibelheim. Like, that's 2.5 hours at most in vanilla.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a long time. Battles are taking longer. Like, random battles are taking longer. That's pretty much the difference maker. Random battles are taking longer.
And boss fights generally are taking longer too.
Yeah.
Speed is absolutely the issue we're having with a lot of these bosses. Aside from just the damage output, it's the speed. They are so fast.
Right. You should see what slow works on.
I was debating trying slow, but then we got into a defense loop.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's lots of things. We could try bio, we could try slow. Demi didn't work.
It looked like darkness worked. Did you see the cloud side flashing?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. So I wonder if silence would work. That would be wild.
The problem we have with stuff like this is, like we were talking about before the stream, of how you generally don't use buffs and debuffs in RPGs, because so few RPGs make them worthwhile. Don't tend to use status ailments in FF7 because they never matter. And anytime you might need them, they don't work.
Right.
Yeah.
The most notable one that works is bio on the Red Dragon. Like, that's it.
Yeah, it could end up being a case of like Final Fantasy IV DS, the 3D remake of Final Fantasy IV, makes slow one of the most invaluable abilities you have.
Okay.
It's super weird. It never suggests it, but slow becomes so valuable in that game. So we may just have to have slow for everything. For bosses, at least.
Give it a shot.
Yeah. We won't remember this now.
Oh, we'll remember. I'll remember.
Just like he remembers the hit 1998 blockbuster, Lost in Space.
That's right.
Starring Lacey Chabert.
It was not lost on me. Yep.
It was kind of lost on you. You fell asleep during it. You didn't see the cool sequence where Matt LeBlanc pulls out a gun and puts on a space helmet and fights spiders.
I think I woke up during that part.
Yeah, it's not a particularly entertaining
I remember the spiders. Huh?
It's not a particularly entertaining part. Like, I'm thinking about it, and it's like it's the most action part of the movie, and I'm thinking about it right now, and it's like this is really dull. And William Hurt plays like the role of the most boring man alive.
Right. I
Sorry,
remember it had the
yeah,
I remember
the helmet that just like morphs over the face for some reason.
Yeah. I wanted a helmet that did that. Shame.
Join us next week when we'll be talking about the hit 1995 blockbuster Judge Dredd starring Sylvester Stallone.
That was a good movie.
It wasn't.
It was, though.
It's a fun movie. It's not a good movie.
It's good because it's fun. That makes it a good movie.
It has Rob Schneider in it. I think that disqualifies it from being good.
I don't know. There's Deuce Bigelow. That was a good movie.
Was it though?
It was.
Was it though? I think the best movie that has Rob Schneider in it is probably Little Nicky. And Rob Schneider's such a small part of that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just reprising his role from freaking Waterboy.
Yeah. You can do it, Ozzy. Bite its fucking head off. That movie has such a weird lineup of stars and cameos. Like, Harvey Keitel is the devil, okay. Rodney Dangerfield as the devil's father, okay.
Right.
So just Rodney Dangerfield just there. Tommy Tiny Lister as one of the devil's sons, Rhys Ifans as the other son.
Right.
Reese Witherspoon as Nicky's mother. Quentin Tarantino as the blind preacher. Ozzy Osbourne as himself.
Right.
Like, most of those aren't even cameos. Like, Quentin Tarantino, I'd say, is a cameo. Ozzy Osbourne's a cameo. Rob Schneider's a cameo. Yeah. Reese Witherspoon. I'd say probably a cameo, a little more fleshed out than most cameos are, but probably a cameo.
Sure.
But the rest of them are just cast members.
Right.
Rodney Dangerfield.
It's
been too long since I've seen that movie.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Amanda Sant in Dredd, though, is absolutely... He saves that movie. He played Rico.
Okay, that's who I thought. I just didn't quite hear the name.
Amanda Sant. I think they pronounce the Sant.
Sure.
It could be either or, I don't know.
Right. I don't know. I liked that movie.
I enjoyed the movie. It's dumb, and like I said, I wouldn't call it good, but it's fun. I think Dredd from 2012, I think it was.
I gotta
2012? Christ. 12
Damn,
years old
really?
now.
No.
Like, that's a good movie.
Damn, that was 2012. Holy shit.
Betrayed the law. No! I know, Dredd was a really good movie. It's a shame that it failed. It's like, it did not make its money back. It's like, oh, why didn't Dredd get a sequel? It was so good. It did not make its money back at all.
That's a shame.
It really is. Meanwhile, Transformers 17 makes $1 billion. You could see Carl Urban headlining stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That might have been around the point where I started really paying attention to Carl Urban. And now it's like, is Carl Urban in this? Cool, I want to see what he's doing.
Right.
Like, Carl Urban, one of the best parts of Thor Ragnarok. Behold my stuff. Like, I don't like the interpretation of Scourge the Executioner, but I love Carl Urban's performance in that movie.
Okay.
Right.
Hmm.
Sequel, know what I'm talking.
Sure.
Yeah, anyway, that's going to do it for us for today. Join us next week when we'll be playing more Final Fantasy VII New Threat 2.0 and discussing more movies that came out longer ago than you think.
Excellent. I
Oppenheimer,
can't wait.
that was 13 years ago.
Crazy. It's hard to believe.
It's funny every now and then because like everybody knows I know a lot of video game stuff, and so people will trust me to a point until I prove that I'm not trustworthy in that specific instance.
Right.
So I can say stuff like Crash Bandicoot came out like 40 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And on like there's plenty of people who just look at that and be like, really? That's
Right.
unbelievable.
Not connecting that the PlayStation wasn't even around.
No, not connecting. They played it in their childhood and they're not 40.
Right.
Crash Bandicoot in actuality came out 28 years ago.
Yeah.
As
Might as well be 40.
Yeah, at this point. Yeah, we're back with more New Threat next Sunday, 8 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, 3 p.m. America time.
Right.
I will be back tomorrow with more Parasite Eve, aiming to finish it. Stop making me feel old. It's against the law. No! What's gonna be like the youngest game I'll play for this year of PlayStation? Like, I doubt I'll play anything released after 2001. Like 2001 is probably like the hardest I'll go, and even that's 23 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I will not be playing any games this year that aren't old enough to drink and vote. So Clim will be back on Saturday, 12 p.m. American time. What are you playing at the moment, Clim?
It
doesn't matter what you think.
Every time.
Every time.
Damn it. Hi, everybody.
What are you playing at the moment on your stream, Clim?
I played and finished Resident Evil 2 original with Leon A. I'm debating what I'm gonna play next week. If I can't decide by 11:30 next Saturday, I'll probably just do Claire B and call it a day.
I like Claire B. Like
Yeah.
Leon A. Claire B. I've brought this up whenever I do RE2 make. But like Ada corners Leon on the bridge and holds the gun to him, and he won't give her the G virus, and she drops the gun. Like she's like, okay, I can't shoot you, and then gets shot by a net and falls off. And then you can examine her gun, and it's empty, and it brings up the ambiguity of would she have shot Leon if she had bullets. It's like, oh yeah, shoot me then. It's like, can't, you haven't got any bullets. And remake is just all like, no, she wouldn't shoot Leon. Because they're in love. And it's one of those things that I think makes RE2 make story weaker.
That's fair.
Earliest memories of gaming are the Mega Drive and the Commodore 64, the Commodore Amiga. Like, you've got to narrow that down, Magic. Commodore did more than one thing. I remember the Commodore Amiga. I'm not old enough to have ever played the Commodore 64. You know what Commodore? You know what the storage medium in the Commodore 64 was, Clem?
64 bits.
No, Clem. It was in the 80s. And storage medium.
I don't know.
Tape cassette.
Oh, the storage medium. I see. I didn't hear you say medium.
Luckily, your dad had the Commodore. You're not 8 years older than you are. Yeah, my dad had the Amiga, and he thought that was so cool. And the only thing I remember ever playing on it is Bart versus the Space Mutants,
Of
which is a terrible video game.
course.
But it looked good on the Amiga, like it really did.
Hmm.
I remember like years later seeing the NES version and being like, "Is this the game? This is the Simpsons game that my dad had on the Amiga." But it looks shit. And then there's there's the Mega Drive version, which looks much better as well than the NES version. So yeah, Clim may be playing RE2 Claire B next week. Ninja's least favorite scenarios.
Right. Can't wait.
They're fine. I like Leon A. Claire B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really have a problem.
Parasite Eve tomorrow, and if we finish that, we'll be back later in the week with Luna Silver Star Story complete.
Right.
To continue the year of PlayStation. I think somebody else redeemed something after that. It was Flame. Flame redeemed Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere. Which we'll be doing as well. Not this week, we'll do it after Luna Silver Star Story complete. We'll look forward to that. We'll be doing the Japanese version. With the fan translation, because the Western version was gutted, completely ripped apart, and you get less than half the game. So we'll be doing the Japanese version, and we'll be getting all the endings.
Right.
Possibly in like a pathway per session. Good stuff. I recommend checking it out, Clem. It's a good game.
Okay.
Or just wait till I play it and see for yourself. I don't fucking know. I'm not your real dad.
Right.
Could be. When the device is complete.
I hate that.
When I complete the device.
Right.
Go back in time and become Clem's real dad. Be half British. It'd be funnier that way.
That will be funny.
Anyway, I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Who do we have today? Magic, Star, Flame, Teak, Danny, and other people. No, we didn't. Everybody. White chat, I see Ghost is lurking, but she doesn't get a thank you for lurking. You'll get a thank you if you are in the chat.
Fantastic.
I don't thank Clem if he's lurking.
That's true.
I don't thank Ninja if
Screw
he's
that
lurking.
guy anyway.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah, he didn't defeat the boss for us, did he? Did all that work to unlock the Clim hazard? Didn't do a goddamn thing. We're sticking with Blade Beam next time. Blade Beam 27.
It reduces his magic defense and defense, though. Eh?
I know. And Blade
true.
Beam. Blade Beam did more damage anyway. Like, it hits multiple targets, but the first target it was doing more damage to than Clim Hazard was anyway.
It was doing like 1200.
Yeah, like,
which is weird
that's
because
crazy.
the base power is high. Yeah.
I don't understand the base
Clim
power
Hazard
system that this game's working off.
I don't either.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Clem, you got anything else you want to say to the chat before we go?
Nope. Thanks for coming. Mecha, thanks for having me. Everybody have a good day.
I didn't thank Clem for being here today.
Yeah, well, I didn't really
forgot.
contribute much.
Like, genuinely, I forgot. But it's true, he didn't contribute much today. Yeah. Maybe he'll do better next time.
I brought up Lost in Space.
He did, actually. That's a fair point. It was good work, Clem.
Yes!
These streams are nonsense.
Yeah, they sure are.
And I wouldn't have them any other way.
Damn right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, Parasite Eve tomorrow, Luna Silver Star Story complete later in the week. More Final Fantasy VII New Threat next Sunday. Clim will be back 12 p.m. American time on Saturday. And with that, there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And we'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.
Bye.